dream too much. I tell myself that I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. That I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. Clearly now. Clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. See clearly now. We could 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 see clearly now. Clearly now. Clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. That I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now.
Welcome to the August buy-in tournament For those of you who are new, this is the tournament where basically any team that has won a weekly event for the month, so that's basically 4 weekends, obviously, they get a free slot into our buy-in tournament. And of course, any of the teams that want to join in, they can pay is it $5 or $10 now? I can't remember. To basically join in it. So it's a buy-in tournament. And starting us off for the evening, we have NCSU on the blue side, NCSU Prime to be specific, and on the red side we have Supernova. I'd have to look back to see exactly which ones they won, but they are both first place teams. Both teams that have had repeated showings at our tournaments, and happy to see them in this end of the month tournament. And bans are going pretty quickly. Well, they were going quickly. That's awkward. We had a client break. So, just so everybody knows, I am going to be doing a solo cast tonight. So, for those of you who don't know me, I am Effect. You can call me James Effect. You can follow me at Twitter at EffectFX, I believe. Double check that to make sure it is. I was right the first time. Nice. I didn't use Twitter as much as I should. Need to get in the habit of doing my social media. And we're hopefully going to have them reconnecting shortly. We'll jump right back into the client. Do the same bands. We didn't get all the way through the bands, unfortunately, but should not take too long for them to get in. And to avoid the awkward silence, we're going to go back to some music for a little bit. We'll be back hopefully in a couple minutes. And we're back! Hopefully nobody disconnects this time. It wouldn't be a weekly tournament if we didn't have the occasional crash, though, so hopefully we've gotten our quota for the day done. Same band, so it's going to be pretty... We got the Vladimir, we got the Graves, we got the Varus, we got the Karma. Nothing too unusual. Varus and Graves a little bit so, but they're both very powerful picks in the right hands. And there's a Syndra band, which we have seen a lot of Syndra play in the last month or so. I do believe Shadow Visions did have a good showing on it before, if I had to double check. And we are starting off right away. Our Giscard, I'm going to take his time. We have seen him on Shen before. I've always liked his Shen play. Though actually, now that I think I still have not played the new Shen. Definitely taking his time, though. There's a number of picks here that are still open, though the meta probably shaking up just a little bit due to the last patch. Though it would appear that little wannabe Tremor that is a character whose name I just said yesterday, but now I can't remember. Lovely. Had still very powerful despite the nerfs to the global mobility and the tunnel making. A little bit of a cooldown nerf. There's Talia. Talia having increased showing. And also Cavalry locking in that Gnar. This is really awkward with no one else to echo, so we're just going to actually turn the music back on, but it'll be quieter. There we go. That should hopefully make it feel less awkward. It just feels awkward to me. I don't know about you guys. So, That is most likely going to be a Rek'Sai, now that I actually remember the character's name, in the jungle. Talia mid lane for Hopeful, and Cavalry, of course, is going to be on that Gnar. And there is our gift guard Shen that I called earlier. So easily the character we've seen him on the most. And that is going to be Hanny on the Bard. Poor Octavian's not here to be happy about that because he loves Bard. And it's going to be Divine playing with Gragas despite his recent round of mobility nerfs. And Philly on the Nami. And that leaves Puree and Hani to pick for mid and ADC. Puree gonna hovering that Lucian. Lucian, of course, being a pretty all-around solid marksman. Almost an AD carry, but that's obviously not correct anymore. Jinx, we don't see a lot of Jinx. Do occasionally. Kind of bouncing back and forth. Sorry, I'm taking sips from my Coke. I finally went grocery shopping, so I have more than tap water and whatever I order from the Chinese place down the road. And it is going to be a Lucian locked in. And Handy is going to lock in the Aurelian Soul. I've only seen a couple games with Aurelian Soul. He's one of those characters you just don't see a whole lot of, but he can be pretty powerful in the right hands. One of those, not really so much a burst mage as he is a DPS mage. He's closer to Vladimir in terms of how he works, though he doesn't have the sustain functionality. Closer to old Vladimir, maybe. And that is going to be an Ezreal being locked in for Yenny on that bottom line. So looks like the characters are all locked in. Everyone has the selections they want. So it's going to be our Giscard on his Shen facing off Cavalry's Gnar. Plucking Penguin is going to be on Rek'Sai, and he's going to be facing off against Divine's Gragas in the jungle. And Shadow Visions is going to be playing Aurelian Soul, a little space dragon, facing off against Talia. Or Hopeful's Talia. Obviously, Talia is not his name. He is the character that Hopeful is playing. She. Awkward. This is going to be Pure and Hanny teaming up to face off against Yenny and Philly in that bottom lane. Fairly decent lineups for both teams. Nothing too surprising. The only thing we don't see a whole lot are the Aurelian Soul and the Nami. Everything else we've seen pretty frequently on and off, depending on who's playing, obviously. And hopefully we can have a nice, solid game from both teams here. Good luck to both. We're going to be taking a very small commercial break, and as soon as we hit the game, I'll be back. Okay, here we are. Sorry about that. I accidentally left Baron replays open. It is not exactly spectator friendly for whatever reason. Looks like both teams are just doing their standard line of scrimmage, with the exception of Supernova's top side. And it's only Cavalry on that end. Other than that, it's pretty close. Looks like both junglers are going to be starting at the Gromp, possibly, depending on where Pluckin' Penguin's Rek'Sai goes. I better turn that off. Sorry. Lots of things to do, not enough time to do it. Ooh, excuse me. Burped a little bit. Lots of pings in the Dragon Pit, though there is obviously nothing quite there. Thanks to Cavalry, they are going to know exactly where Pluckin' Penguin is going to start. The warding from NCSU, not quite as proactive, but hopefully it doesn't have too much of a impact. Actually, both junglers are going to be starting on the top side. Divine having actually come from the bottom up to Krugs. I almost said Golems, but that's obviously not correct anymore. And we have a pause, unfortunately. It wouldn't be a day at Reverie without pause. Hopefully it is a quick pause, nothing too quickly. We actually see it's Pure has accidentally disconnected from the game. So hopefully he can get back in pretty quickly. Apparently his dorm is on fire. That's actually really awkward. Oh man, that's terrible. I've only been in a dorm once myself, and I don't think we ever had to deal with that. So, I'm not entirely sure how we're going to handle this. Just a drill? Okay, good. It's just a drill. Actually, this reminds me of a funny story. Um, I was playing a game of League. This is a long time ago, like 4 years now, with a buddy of mine, and he disappeared in the middle of a game for 24 hours straight and basically logged back in at the same time. Said he's back, and we asked him what happened. It turned out his computer caught on fire and he had to go get new parts. So that's an interesting little funny story for you guys. Never actually had my computer catch on fire, but it's a good reminder to make sure you clean the dust out of your computers because that stuff is flammable. So hopefully this drill doesn't last too long, and to basically avoid repeating myself, we're going to go to some light listening while we wait. And we're back. I am sorry, guys, about that. Obviously, it's a little out of our control, and it's out of the control of NCSU Prime, but we are back and ready for action. Oh my gosh, let me sit back up. I was kind of very relaxed stance. Ooh, Henny might be in trouble. Pure forced to heal, but Yenny also forced to heal in return, trying to dive that turret a little bit. A little bit of summoner spell action in that bottom lane. Things are calming back down, though they're looking for opportunities to poke Hanny down. We do see that Pure and Hanny both have a flash and ignite up, and both AD carries have their heals down. So there could be potential action in that bottom lane, especially if a jungler shows up. Hanny not quite landing that Cosmic Binding. You see that Cavalry is doing Gnar things, being annoying in that top lane, giving Giscard a bit of a rough time. Other than that, things are fairly even across the board. Some slight CS leads here and there. Though up in top lane is actually double right now. Giscard is just shoved into the turret. Oh, here comes Divine. Nice flash body slam. Able to pick off Pure. Pure not quite having the reaction time to avoid it. And Yeti and Philly almost managed to pick up Hanny as well. So that's first blood going to Supernova. But here's Plucking Penguin going on to Divine. Nice stun by Shadow Visions. And there it is. Divine not having a flash to escape. Well, that evens out the gold. Right now, it looks like the only lane that's really absolutely struggling is Giscard versus Cavalry, but he's not doing bad by any degree. He is just getting poked a little bit. But that is what Gnar does to a melee. And he's going to be able to pick up some of that CS in that top lane. Ooh, not quite able to get that last one, though. It's a sad day. Pure able to get a lot of that CS. He's opted for the call. Not too unreasonable, since we do see that Yenny is going for that blue dot. He has his tier. That call will help him, let him catch up in gold a little bit. Since obviously he has a death and no kills compared to Yenny's 1 kill. Let me adjust some of the things on my other monitor. Hani. I will remember that. I always get confused sometimes. Sometimes I butcher people's names. I'm sorry. Hani. Ooh, hopeful getting a nice little combo onto Shadow Visions, doing a decent amount of damage there. Possible? No, it's just Shadow placing a pink ward in that bush. We are seeing Divine positioned for a possible gank in that mid lane. Here he comes. Good body slam, and that is going to be Shadow Visions going down. He did pop his flash, but it wasn't enough. That's going to another kill going over to Supernova. Ooh, nice Cosmic Binding by Hani. Able to get a nice little stun onto Yenny. Hopeful taking some turret shots there. Must feel pretty comfortable, despite the not too much vision for him in that mid lane. Actually, I've seen that Giscard is doing just fine now. He picked up a couple items. He did use his TP to get back to the lane. And he does have his ultimate, so he's able to basically still compete with Cavalry in terms of global pressure. Things are nice and slow, actually. Despite the initial early action, we do see that Divine has had 2 ganks under his belt, so he's doing quite well. See Penguin going for a little vision there in the topside red. Cavalry almost missing that pink ward, but he does manage to spot it. Yenny getting a little bit of damage there from Hani. Pure took a little damage there. I think both junglers are on that top side, though they know exactly where Pluck and Penguin is at. By they, I do mean Supernova. There is a ward just outside of the Rift Herald pit, or Baron pit, whichever one you call. And they roam down a little bit, wanting to possibly pick him, but he is able to spot them out just fine. Both supports able to do quite a bit of damage to the opposite marksmen, both Yenny and Pure taking a bit of damage. Penguin is going to be able to get his red buff pretty easily. No problems there. Opting for the early Tiamat rather than finishing a Smite upgrade. That, of course, does give him a bit more wave clear. And we do see that is going to be Divine donating that blue buff over to Hopeful. Give him that extra mana regen, that little bit of CDR. See Cavalry and Giscard trading out a little bit, but it is going to be Giscard getting pushed back into his turret, but he should do okay on being able to keep up in terms of CS. Oh. Penguin able to get over there just in time. They are going to see... They're engaging on Penguin a little bit. He could be in trouble. He's able to tunnel away to safety. Good attempt by Hopeful using an ult to try and lock him out, but Rek'Sai can be extremely slippery. Yeah. And Divine and Penguin going at it. I did see that Cavalry tried to do some damage to Giscard, but was not able to do too much. And we see Giscard teleporting back to that top lane after using his ultimate onto Pluck and Penguin. Ooh, Shadow Dash not quite able to land on the Cavalry. Cavalry doing a bit of a CC to Giscard there. But there is... Whew, Giscard in trouble. Shields up though. Cavalry without Meganart, probably not safe enough to dive, but Giscard is still going to play it safe and back out. Just in case. Not interested in giving a kill over for free. A wise decision, to say the least. You see both Divine and Pluck and Penguin are on that bottom side of the map, though it appears that Penguin is securing himself some Krugs, whereas Divine is positioning for a possible lane gank. Nope, he is going to go for the Gromp as both Pure and Hani have backed off to either go clear camps or to back themselves. I'm not sure what they're doing currently. They're going to clear out some wards. Yenny getting a little bit of damage there, but is able to return some back in return. Pure managed to secure some CS for himself before the turret could, so that's all good. Lots of missing pings in the middle lane, though. The Shadow Visions is just returning to the lane now. And being wary of the possible Aurelion Sol roam, because he, of course, has some pretty decent global pressure. Actually, both of Aurelion Sol and Taliyah both have pretty strong overall global map presence due to their mobility. No, Aurelion Souls is not an ultimate, it's just a standard ability. Whereas Talia needs to have her ult up to be able to travel a great distance very quickly. Build paths are pretty typical, nothing super unusual. Oh, we do see Divine is coming down to that bottom lane. He could. Well, apparently they want to do the mid. Where Hopeful is getting locked up by Penguin and Shadow Vision. There is the Voice of Light able to pick him up pretty easily. Both Pure and Hani were Hani. I said Hani again. Were able to get away from Divine there. They both popped their flashes for it. And Divine did use the explosive casket to try and get a gank in there, but unfortunately not quite successful. Gisker taking a bit of a bully there in that top lane. He is being dropped down to about half, though it's still fairly deceptive on his Shen due to how his kit works. Cavalry has Mega Nard out. Neither team has opted for a global objective at this point. All the turrets are still up. Dragon hasn't been touched. Obviously, Rift Herald hasn't been touched. Penguin and Hani looking to possibly get a pick onto Philly, but Philly was able to get out just fine. No issues as far as I could tell. Oh, and Cavalry just poking away. And Philly trying to get some vision control around that dragon. Oh, and there's Penguin again. And getting onto Philly, though lots of pings going down. And there is the Giskard ultimate. He's able to lock up Hopeful with that Shadow Dash. There is Hopeful going down. Hani is in trouble here. He's actually flashes and actually he didn't flash. He got knocked into the team by Explosive Casket. Plucking Penguin almost going down. There's Giskard able to Shadow Dash and lock up Divine. And as Cavalry is the last man standing in a 2v1. And there's the Mega Nard. He's going to be able to pick up Shadow Visions. But Giskard has more than enough health to possibly get it here. And he flashes over the wall to chase over Cavalry. And that is Giskard as the last man standing. Not quite an ace because Philly respawned in time. But that is a slight advantage going over to NCSU Prime. All over trying to pick up a fish for a little bit of a appetizer, I suppose. Wonder if Rek'Sai likes sushi. I'd like to think so. Oh, looking for a possible repeat here, but Philly able to move and speed himself out. Oh, there is the Bard ultimate to lock him up, but here comes Divine to help save the day. Is able to scare off NCSU Prime, but though we also saw that the Nami Tsunami popped out to help push them away. Yeti and Pure trading blows there. Pure take quite a bit of damage from that arcane shot. But Hani able to return the favor with that Cosmic Binding. Cavalry doing Gnar things. He has that froze him out. He's actually had for a while. Working towards what I imagine is going to end up being a Black Cleaver, which will help make him much stronger against Shen. Yeti's doing a bit of a number on Hani and Pure there. He's able to drop both of them very low. He actually, instead of finishing the tier, is opting for right into a Trinity Force. So he's able to do quite a bit of damage, but he gets stunned up. Not quite doing enough respect for the Bard Q. Does get locked up, and actually they're able to pick up Philly as well on that bot side. So that is a 2-for-0 going over to Pure and Hani. He was doing quite well with his poke, but he just got a little bit of poor positioning there. Hopeful able to avoid the Aurelion Soul stun, but ends up still taking quite a bit of damage. Hopeful being pushed away from the turret just a tiny bit. Doing his best to try and wave clear it up from a safe distance. Seeing Cavalry roam a little in his jungle, probably trying to double check, make sure there is no shenanigans going down, or he's looking for a roam, one of the two. Looks like a roam. There's also Divine kind of pushing Shadow Visions out of his lane, forcing him to kind of take an awkward path back to his turret. Seeing Philly is doing his best to make sure that Pluck and Penguin doesn't have too many options for turrets, and that is Yenny getting locked up by Hani again. Hani with a great play. And Pure was there to basically say, you're dead. Yenny's doing a lot of damage with his poke, but he's getting caught out a little bit here and there. Needs to be careful. Oh, there is Cavalry. Meganar out. Gisker doing alright though. Able to get a decent amount of damage in return. Ooh, the Shadow Dash not quite landing, unfortunately. And that is going to be the first dragon of the game, going over to NCSU Prime. Oh, here's Pluck and Penguin. Go after Philly again. Really, really likes that sushi. Flashes in for the knockup, but Philly flashes back in return. Able to get away. Oh, Pure is getting focused super hard. Giskard's ult not quite enough to save him. Now Pluck and Penguin is the focused target. You see that Yenny popping his ult. There is the little magical tunnel of joy from Bard. But Hani is going to be able to get knocked back by Hopeful able to pick up the kill. So a nice series of pickups by Supernova. Things were looking a little rough initially, but they are able to pick up a little bit of over-aggression by NCSU Prime. And that's going to be a turret for them. First turret of the game going over to Supernova. So far, a pretty balanced game overall. In the mid lane, there's a CS disparity between the two, but Shadow Visions has evened it out a bit with kills. I'm kind of curious to see what the gold is actually. Actually, it's still a pretty big lead for Hopefully. Seeing CS advantages in the top and mid lane for Supernova. Not too unexpected with a Gnar versus a Shen matchup, though. And in the bottom lane, we do see that Pure has secured a CS lead for himself. But to be fair, he does have a bit more wave clear than an Ezreal. Dang, wave clear. Ezreal's one weakness in the early game. Now, he does use his ultimate there to try and push the wave back some. Penguin getting some vision down, possibly, maybe, no. I thought maybe he warded over the wall or something, but not quite. See, both junglers and both mid laners are in the bottom lane. There's a lot of focus down in this bottom lane. Yenny getting some poke out on the Hani. And Pure. He did opt for, like I said, he is opting for the Trinity Force Rest, so he is going to be doing a bit more damage. Less utility than, say, if he gone for Iceborne Gauntlet. So Giskard's turret is slowly getting whittled down by Cavalry. Cavalry gladly taking those hits to get some damage on the turret. Of course, he is quite durable when he is Meganar. Penguin getting a little bit of focus there, but he's able to tunnel out just safely. Hopefully using his ult to actually roam down. I'm assuming he did know that Shadow Vision's there. Explosive Casket, not quite landing where they wanted. Not sure if they were trying to just push them away or if they were trying to pick off Pure there. But either way, Pure able to get out just fine. During that commotion, we did see Cavalry did take out that top turret finally. He's still slowly pushing in on Giskard. Giskard not quite able to keep up. Seeing Cavalry is slowly getting more and more dangerous. He has picked up that cleaver. And there's the Hani ultimate, able to lock up Hopeful and Divine, but Hopeful is getting mega lockdown as the center turns out, because there is the Shadow Dash and the knockup by Pluck and Penguins. That is a 1 kill for 1 turret. Actually, no. 1 kill for a turret and a kill, because Pure did actually go down. I actually didn't even see what he died to. And I lied, the turret didn't go down. I thought the turret went down. But nope. Yeti happily able to Arcane Shift in to do some nice poke damage to Hani. And Cavalry is being a little bit of a thief there and stealing away that blue buff from NCSE Prime. Still a pretty even game in terms of gold. There's only a 1k difference currently. Slight advantage to Supernova. Ooh, excuse me. Do you see that Yenny has finished that Trinity Force? He is going to have a nice little spike there. Where Shadow Visions has actually managed to pick up the Rylai, so he is going to have that utility on those stars now. Going to be able to get some very, very easy slows. Yenny using the ult to try and wave clear out, but I'm not sure he's... Apparently actually is going to be able to. Pure making a questionable play there. Hani getting a nice ult, but I'm afraid he's probably still going to go down. Yeah, there's a bunch of flashes after him. Shadow Visions is getting CC locked. There is the Gnar ult and the Nami bubble. Possible misplay. Actually, no, it was a misplay by Pure. Kind of dashed into a questionable spot. Hopefully, we don't see too many repeats in that. You do see that he still has his flash and his heal, so he will have that for the next fight. And Giskard opting to try and take out this turret. He only has the Sunfire Cape for wave clear, so he is just doing his normal base damage to the turret. But here's Hopeful to try and say no. Is doing quite a bit of damage, actually, to Giskard. Slowly whittling him down, using his utility from the Rise to lock up Giskard. Giskard actually forced to flash away. And during the commotion, we are seeing Supernova is trying to take this Cloud Drake. Penguin not quite in position to try and get a steal. Divine taking quite a bit of damage there, but he is quite durable. He does have the Randuins. Right now, I give it a very slight... The kills aren't too big, but the score is steadily going in the advantage of Supernova currently. It's extended from that 1k gold lead to about a 2 or 3k gold lead. By a 3k gold lead, I definitely made a 3k gold lead because it's 3k. Actually seeing that Cavalry building towards what looks like a Guardian Angel. So that's going to be interesting. We don't see Guardian Angel too frequently anymore. Well, that will make him an enormous nuisance, more so than he is already. Giskard working towards another health item as the Giants built. So that could be any number of items. Deadman's Plate, it would be my guess, but until he has more in his kit, we won't know. Who knows, maybe it's an AP Shen. I don't even know if the new Shen has AP ratios. Don't think so. At least nothing meaningful. Maybe on the shield. And a little bit of a, oh. Hopeful actually forced a flash over his own wall. Kind of got caught in a possible awkward spot. The Penguin's actually taking a lot of damage from Yenny. He's forced to use his own flash to go over the wall. There's a bit of a cluster here. Cavalry, there's the Mega Gnar. He's going to use his ult. Knocks back 3 members and gets a nice little chain stun. And that is going to be Supernova picking up quite a few kills here. There's Shadow Vision's about to go down. There he is. There's Giskard is the last survivor for NCSC Prime. and now he is not a survivor at all. That is going to be a clean ace for Supernova. That opens up Baron just fine for them. Looks like Hopeful is going to opt to push down that mid turret, while the rest of his team goes for that Baron. They're probably going to be able to clean it up fairly easily. No contest. They have the percentage damage from Cavalry, and with Divine tanking it up thanks to the Gragas bulk. And that is going to put Supernova in the firm lead. It's not over for NCSU Prime, but unfortunately they were not quite able to take that fight. Seeing both teams are returning from their respawns and from backing. We see that Giscard working towards what was not a Devon's plate, but working towards a Randuin's. Not sure if it's the best choice, but does give him more utility with the slow, and does slow attack speed. And yet there's the Guardian Angel on Cavalry, so he is going to be a massive nuisance. Hani getting poked a little bit there by the Talia combo. Pure trying to use the culling to try and clear wave clear, but the Baron up minions are quite terrible. Shadow Vision's in huge trouble, gets bursted down really hard. And there's the explosive casket from Divine to clean up the kill. Takes quite a bit of damage in return, but he's very durable. Giscard does get knocked back and it is going to go down. There is Supernova taking firm lead here. I'm seeing Pure barely able to get away. It does avoid the Talia combo, but we're seeing Supernova easily pushing down the turret, while Talia Hopeful keeps them busy. And it looks like they're going to opt just straight for trying to kill these Nexus turrets. Ooh, that is going to be Hani getting picked up by Yenny. Is not very durable, unfortunately. And that is going to be, that's going to be Supernova taking the first semifinals of the night. A valiant effort by NCSU Prime. The game started off very evenly, but as team fights started happening, it started to slowly go in the way of oh god, that Gnar. Let me transition to, there we go. Wouldn't want to try and talk with that stupid dance in my ear. And this is the opportunity to check the brackets. That is going to be Supernova going into the finals. Currently, one above did defeat the Key to Success, and they will be facing off against Vanquish Gaming. I'm not entirely sure they've actually started, so I'm going to see real quick before I jump out of here to see if I can join that game. The lobby is already started, unfortunately. So I'm going to check my friends list to see if I have anyone from that game on, so I can jump into a spectator possibly, but I don't think I'd have anyone on from those teams on my friends list. I don't think. Let me double check that. One above. I don't think so. Definitely not. Okay. So our next game for the evening is going to be the finals. It is going to be Supernova facing off against the winners of, go back to the bracket, Vanquish Gaming and One Above. One Above being the winners from last night. And actually, let me double check the bracket from then. They defeated Reverie Esports to take the title for that particular evening. And I don't recall. Let me double check to make sure who Vanquish Gaming is. I'm not entirely sure I remember. See if I recognize any of their players. Oh, Battlefly is being a little wonky. There we go. Brackets. Vanquish Gaming. Roster. Oh, no, I do recognize some of these names. Never mind. Okay. So hopefully we have a winner from that set of games fairly soon. I'm going to keep an eye on the brackets for now. We're going to go to some light listening. and we'll be back shortly. Stay tuned, guys. Oh, congratulations to Supernova for pushing on to the finals for this buy-in. Hopefully we see NCSU Prime making a return. I'd love to have them back. Love casting their games. And we'll be back shortly, guys.
No, there ain't no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. Call me a shooting star. I said I'm moving too far. Getting lost. Looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I'd be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast. Didn't even get a glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't shining like it's neon. Rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I If it's silent in dismay, it won't break this feeling down. If I conquer this my way, I'd devour, I'd surround. If it hurts you just a little, then it heals you when it's done. Disappointment is the anchor, resolution is the sun. If it's silent in dismay, it won't break this feeling down. If I conquer this my way, I'd devour, I'd surround. If it hurts you just a little, then it heals you when it's done. Disappointment is the anchor, resolution is the sun.
And we're here. I apologize for the delay. It's just kind of the way things work. We didn't have anyone on our friends list. We were not quite able to spectate the other semifinal to help fill the gap there because there was quite a gap. We're moving straight into the finals. This is a best of 3. Team Vanquish Gaming facing off against Supernova. Both extremely high-level teams. Look forward to what they can do. Seeing bands coming out relatively quickly. They're kind of still taking their time here and there. But it is a Gangplank and a Syndra. So there's another Syndra band for the evening. Actually, and another Gangplank band, and I'm thinking about it. For those of you who don't know, it is going to be Vanquish Gaming on the blue side to start off, and Supernova on the red side. And there's a Talia band targeted at Hopeful. He had quite a good game earlier when he was playing it. And there's a Tom Kench band, a rather unusual band. We don't see Tom Kench play too frequently. Could be possible that Cali Legend is a Tom Kench main, possibly. There have been times where he can be a huge nuisance. You try to kill one person, and he's like, no, I'm going to carry them to safety. And carry them to safety he does. Yeah. For those of you who don't know me, I am EffectFX. You can call me James as well. Follow me on Twitter at EffectFX. And I'll be solo casting for the evening. My usual partner, Octavian, had other obligations for the evening, so he's not able to be here. We were not able to get anyone to fill. That's fine, though. This isn't my first rodeo. And the last bands were Soraka and Graves. And first pick is going to be Nidalee. That is most likely going to be a jungle Nidalee for Fast Scripter. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. And leaves us to wonder what Divine is going to jungle with. He played Gragas in the previous game, though Rek'Sai was not an option, so maybe he would prefer Rek'Sai. Oh, excuse me. That is going to be Cavalry hovering on the Gnar. He's bouncing back between Gnar and Garen. I don't think Garen is very likely, though, given what Garen is. Though now he's bouncing back and forth all over the place, picking lots of different top lane characters. And we will see what he locks in. It is going to be Gnar. And there's Divine locking in the Gragas. He had a pretty decent game before. And so did Cavalry now, I'm thinking about it. Actually, pretty much everybody on the side of Supernova had a pretty decent game. I don't think I've had the opportunity to cast for Vanquish Gaming before, so I'm looking forward to see what they can do. They did defeat One Above, who had a pretty decent game yesterday, and they took first place yesterday, so this should be a pretty good set of games. And Vanquish Gaming have opted for the Ezreal and the Karma. There's very likely going to be Ezreal Marksman bot lane, and Karma can flex between both mid and support. We more see support more often than not, but could very easily go mid depending on the mood of the team, what they want to do. Seeing Supernova kind of bounce around on their other picks, they're hovering on the Thresh for a support. Don't see as much Thresh as we used to. He did receive some nerfs here and there that made him less, what's the word I'm looking for? It's a phrase, but now I can't remember what it is. But they are saying Hopeful is going to lock in the Malzahar, who we do see occasionally when he isn't banned. And it is definitely going to be Philly on the Thresh. Oof. That leaves... I mean, I guess technically they could take Ezreal middle there. If they were opting for a double 80 carry comp. But we'll see. Don't see Ezreal middle as much as we used to. Don't think I've actually had the opportunity to cast an Ezreal middle since for my time at Reverie Esports, and this is, I want to say, 30 or 40 games, or not 40 games, but 40 weeks. I want to say. I could be wrong. I'd have to go back and look. It's been a while. But nope, the Lizard is going to switch over to what looks like it's going to be a great big old void. No, it's going to be Varus. Maybe, possibly. He hasn't locked in yet. And it is definitely going to be a Varus and a Malphite, who we definitely don't see very often. So, strong engage coming out of that top lane is going to be Score playing the Malphite. And it's going to be Varus, most likely in the mid lane. I imagine that would be a safer matchup, given that Varus into a Thresh could be a little dangerous, whereas Ezreal would be much, much safer thanks to the Arcane Shift. And we're waiting on a marksman pick out of Philly, as I can't imagine it's going to be Thresh Malzahar bot lane, maybe. I don't know. That'd be crazy. Severing Evelyn, I should say, but not going to be very likely. Oh. Excuse me. And it is going to be Yenny once again returning to that Lucian. So I have just been informed that the side of Fakers Gaming is out of order. Not a problem. We'll deal with it later. It's all good. I'll make sure I adjust the character selection in the game once we get there. But let me take this opportunity to see who is where. Okay, in the top lane it is going to be Kali Legend on the Malphite facing off Cavalry's Gnar. In the jungle, we have Amu playing Nidalee facing off against Divine's Gragas. And the actually, no, that was the jungle, not mid lane. In the mid lane, actual mid lane, is going to be FAS Scripter, Fast Scripter, facing off against Hopeful's Malzahar. Definitely a little bit of a dangerous lane there, possibly. We shall see who gets their ults first. Whoever gets the 6 first could possibly go in favor, depending on how jungler support happens. Both of those characters are fairly immobile, and both have strong CC ultimates. And both Nidalee and Gragas are pretty decent gankers, though I do believe Nidalee does have the higher damage output. Last, but certainly not least, in the bottom lane, we have Score on the Ezreal partnering up with Lizard's Karma to face down Yenny's Lucian, who is partnering up with Philly on the Thresh. We don't quite see the lifesteal lane too often, but a little bit of return to the classics. And with that, we're going to take a small, tiny commercial break. As soon as we're in game, we'll be back. We're about 2 minutes into our 3-minute delay, so it should not be long. And we are here in the Rift. Right off the bat, we have Vanquish Gaming on the blue side, Supernova on the red side. This is a best of 3. Currently, this is the first round of this little matchup we have. And looks like Supernova kind of grouping up here. They're going straight down the middle. Whereas Vanquish is going for a more standard line of scrimmage. Supernova looking possibly to counter any kind of invasions. Maybe going for a pick because they do have the Thresh. But we see Vanquish is actually sitting pretty far back. The only one who's really far forward is basically Score on that Ezreal. And now that I think about it, I better take this opportunity to adjust where everybody is at. There we go. That'll make it a little easier since they are not quite in LCS order. And now that Supernova sees nothing's going on, they are going to go for the standard line of scrimmage. We see Divine heading towards that top lane and going to start at Krugs. Whereas Amu is opting for the opposite route and going for Krugs on the bot side. Still technically not 100% opposite because she is in the bottom. She is still taking Krugs, just opposite side of the map. And laying all those traps, looking to get a nice start. We're actually seeing that Yenny and Philly are going to try and take Grops. They are looking for that early experience lead. Scripter and Hopeful going with the trades right away. Hopeful coming out slightly ahead there. We do see that Scripter does have the exhaust, whereas Hopeful opted for teleport. Hopeful, unfortunately, getting bullied by a minion a little bit, actually managed to even out the health lead a little bit. Though actually, we're seeing Scripter popped 2 pots to regain a lot of his health. Hopeful opting for the biscuits, so he's going to get a little more health regen. Yeah, Hopeful getting poked a little bit by that rain of arrows. Oh, Philly getting really aggressive. There's the flash flay. The hook kind of going far out, but Score barely getting out, being forced to pop both flash and heal. So nice little aggression by Philly, but the hook not quite going where he wanted. 2 summoners for 2 summoners. And now that things are coming back down, we're seeing Cavalry taking advantage of that top lane. Not unexpected given the matchup. And there is a pause. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. Unfortunately, I don't have access to my chat because I don't want the stream to be viewing it, unfortunately, but that's all good. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. Should not be a serious thing, I hope. Ooh. Takes the opportunity to take a little drink. And make sure you keep the music on for the pause. Doesn't sound so awkward since I'm by myself currently. And let me open up the right client to make sure. Yeah, that's all good. Well, no one's disconnected, so I don't know if it is a connection issue. Maybe somebody had to take out the trash. Oh, I made a little joke there. Speaking of trash, I need to do that myself soon. Well, let's take this opportunity to kind of look at the scores of what we have. Seeing Cavalry is taking advantage of CS in that top lane, but that is, as I did say, that is expected. Oh, we're back! Never mind! Sorry about that, but thankfully that pause was not 30 minutes. Tonight's been kind of crazy. We had a 15, 20, 25-minute pause earlier, and then we waited, felt like about an hour for the finals to start because of the length of the other semifinal match. And there is that Gnar poke onto Cali Legend. Cali Legend. Seeing Scripter getting a little bit of space aids there, but he has steadily been poking away at Hopeful. Seeing in the bottom lane, CS is pretty even, but there is still... Ooh, Hopeful getting poked again. He's having a really hard time here. That is first blood being picked up by Scripter. And there's the Lizard. Lizard using that Karma Speed Boost shield to push Score to safety. Combined with his Arcane Shift, he was very easily able to avoid Philly's hook in the Divine Body Slam. So quite possibly we're going to need seeing that Hopeful might need some help in the mid lane. Seeing he's being abused a little by Village. Philly's another really, really kind of unusual hook. Unless I'm the only one who's seeing that. Very, very unusual. Oh, there is a ward in the bush there. Gonna know that Philly is there. Ooh, there's a little bit of Karma poke being pushed onto Philly. Philly forced to use his last pot. Still things pretty overall even. Well, maybe not. Now that I'm thinking of it, because we do see that Philly does have the Relic Shield. So that is going to give a little bit more gold to Yenny. So maybe that isn't as even as I thought. Seeing both Yenny and Philly engaging hard on the Lizard, but there's the Karma Snare. There's the exhaust. Yenny actually forced to flash away. Used his heal as well. There is Yenny going down. Philly trying his best to pick up Lizard there, but Lizard is able to secure the double kill. Very, very unfortunate. Lizard actually not even forced to flash. Despite the heal advantage, they actually were still not able to come ahead there. Oh, and there's Cavalry poking away at Cali Legend. Cali Legend taking it like a champ. Oh, both Score and Lizard trying their best to push this wave in. And there's a huge wave being pushed in the turret. Looks like Yenny will arrive just in time to secure most of it, though. But so far, it's Vanquish Gaming coming ahead here with a 3-0. Oh, and there is Score opting for Call and Tier. Hopefully eating a lot of that poke. Oh, the arrow eating through his health combined with the rain of arrows. Oh, there's both ult combos from both Scripter and Hopeful, but Hopeful forced to flash. Scripter could be in trouble here. He does not have a flash of his own. Here is Divine. Divine using his own flash to get in there on top of Scripter. Yenny getting a possible kill. No, I'm just going to be looking away very easily. Oh, Philly flashed again. That hook was significantly better, though. It actually was pretty close to hitting Amu, but not quite in range. Amu forced to flash when Yenny chased a bit. And while Amu's down, we're seeing that Divine, Yenny, and Philly are all looking to do a little invade here and take away this red buff. And then they're moving as a group towards that bot lane. Lizard is there to get some poke in, but there is the Ezreal ultimate, but it only lands on Divine. It actually did a pretty significant amount of damage, seeing that Divine is opting for the Runic Echoes route, so it is going to be a little squishier starting off. Opting in for that more damage-based route. Oh, and there is Cavalry doing his Magnar thing, poking away at Cali Legend. Cali Legend trying his best to tank it out. He's opting for that Sunfire Cape, so he is going to be pretty durable. Oh, there is hopefully eating so much damage. Those arrows are no joke. Oh, Cavalier does manage to land the boomerang. Scripter is in huge trouble here. He's very easily going to go down. Scripter is definitely paying for his aggression. He's trying his best to pick up kills on the Hopeful. He's doing a really good job at dealing damage, but being so far forward does put him in danger. Cavalier not quite able to get that third proc with the boomerang. He does manage to get away. There's the third proc. Get that percentage damage in. Philly trying to hook Lizard there. And we see that Yenny using his calling to try and push the wave in. Lizard opting to use the buffed up shield to shield part of the wave. And we're seeing Philly and Yenny are gonna back. And push the wave back away. And we're seeing the Lizard and Score push him back. Using that Ezreal ultimate to try and push the wave. Callie's actually doing not too terrible. He is pretty significant CS deficit, but he is managing to do some trades with Cavalry. Speaking of trading, that is going to be them picking up a dragon, uncontested while Yenny and Philly were backing. So, Vanquish Gaming still staying ahead here. Kills are mostly evened out. They're only off by 1, but that dragon is going to make a difference. Seeing that Scripter is playing a little more safe, but he is in trouble here possibly. Uses his ultimate to make sure that Philly can't follow Philly's hook. Not quite hitting the mark that he wanted. Been very hit and miss on his hooks, unfortunately, tonight. Hopeful does manage to avoid that kill. He's getting better at it. He does have the boots now. That should make it a little easier. Oh. Score trying to trade damage with the Yenny. They actually pretty even trade overall. Score coming out slightly ahead. Actually seeing that Score has finished his Sheen. So he is going to be going for a little more. The Sheen procs will help even out the damage a little bit. While Yenny is working towards that Ghost Blade. I actually did not quite see who secured that. From the look on the map, it would appear that Cavalry actually did manage to secure that Scuttle Crab. Despite the execute damage from Amu. Well done. Another hook engage by Philly. Going for the hook flash and then into a flay after Lizard tried to flash away. They do manage to secure Lizard pretty easily there. Philly did eat a lot of damage though. Seeing that Score actually has more health than both Philly and Yenny put together, it looks like. I'm not entirely sure about the total number. But it still makes it a 2v1. We're seeing that Philly and Yenny are actually roaming to the mid lane. Maybe not. Only Philly is. And then right Philly's going to back. Seeing that Yenny is returning to that bottom lane. Seeing that Scripter has picked up the tier, working towards the Ghost Blade, has the CDR boots, looking to poke a lot. Use the tier to sustain his mana, because of course, Vera spamming his ability can eat away at that mana pool pretty quickly. Oh, Lizard does manage to find that pink ward. They're going to very easily clear that out, no problem. Cavalry still poking away at Cali Legend. Cali Legend managing to do just fine, though. He's not... The CS lead is not extending as much as it could. Actually, staying pretty even. There's a 20 difference earlier, but now it's staying within 10. Oh, Divine getting a little bit of body slam on the Lizard, but he regrets his decision. It actually flashes away once Lizard started trying to snare him. He does return it to kill that pink ward off, though. Trying to make sure that they don't get too much vision control in their own jungle. Hopeful still... Ooh. Unfortunately for Hopeful, Lizard was there to help save the day, but there's the rest of Supernova there to return the favor there, so that's going to be a 2-for-1 going in favor of Supernova there. Unfortunately for Hopeful, he was very, very low. He did get his ult off onto Scripter, but Lizard was there to do that last bit of damage. And then unfortunately for Scripter and for Lizard, there was both Divine, Philly, and Yenny were all in that mid lane to punish them. Speaking of Philly, Philly is going for the hook. He does get it, and it's good. Score trying to flash away, gets flayed into the box. Unfortunately, Score no way to get away from that. So that is Yenny picking up a kill. Oh, Divine and Amu going at it. Pretty even in terms of damage, but I want to say Amu probably has the advantage. But here is Cavalry forcing a flash from Amu. Taking some spears himself, though, eating a lot of damage. He does have that frozen mount now, though, so he is going to be very durable. He does have the utility on those auto attacks too slow. And here's Cali Legend to say hi. Unfortunately, he is about half health, so Cali Legend has a way more. But here's Divine to say hi. Cali Legend using his ultimate, but does not quite connect with anyone. Cavalry using his ultimate to push both Amu and Cali Legend away. Opting to disengage as hard as he can. Not interested in giving any kills over to Amu or to Cali Legend. But it does leave the turret open. Divine doing his best to try and keep the turret up. Philly is also here as well. Another rather unusual hook from Philly. I need a hook counter for those weird hooks. Hopeful in trouble. There's the Varus ultimate, but Scripter getting locked under the turret is going to be an even trade between the two. Scripter with a really good poke there, but unfortunately getting suppressed under an enemy turret, very painful. And we kind of missed it in that bot side. Both Yenny and Score kind of engaged there, forcing Score's heal, it looks like. Does not look like he died, but... See, Score has finished that Iceborne Gauntlet, so he is opting for a little more utility than we've seeing recently. We see lots of Ezreals going for the Trinity Force now instead. But it is going to make it's going to make Score doing a little less damage, but he is going to have that AoE slow, a little more wave clear. Consistent wave clear, since he's no longer just has his ult for it. And we see that Amu is soloing Dragon. The pink ward in the pit. We actually saw Divine walk by the pit, but he did not see the Dragon was being engaged on. We're seeing Score is actually getting engaged really hard by Yenny and Divine. Yenny flashing in to make sure that Score cannot get away. Oh, we're seeing Lizard trying to snare up Divine. Here's Cali Legend. Does he have his ultimate now? He does have the ult. So we see Bruno needs to be really careful here. If they get engaged on by the ult, it could be bad. There it is. But he does get locked up by the Malzahar ultimate. Divine is going to end up going down as well, though. Ooh, Yenny eating the piercing arrow. And Hopeful getting exhausted. Hopeful is going to go down as well, very likely. Yenny is not out of dodge yet either. There's the Spirit. He is going to go down. Alma picking up 3 kills. Actually, no, he only picked up 2 kills. It looks like Scripter picked up the kill on Divine. I couldn't quite tell. So, nice little re-engage by Cali Legend. He was chased super hard. He managed to get that 3-man knock-up. He did end up getting Malzahar ulted, but still. I might say worth for sure. So the team did pick up 3 kills. Overall, still game pretty even. Slight goal lead to Vanquish Gaming here. It's in the 2 to 3K range. Seeing Divine is starting to go for those more durable items, now working towards what looks like to be a Randuin's possibly. He did opt for that last game. Seeing Hopeful also getting a Giant's Belt, so wanting to be more durable since he obviously has had a pretty hard time. Well, see, Cali Legend is in the bottom side actually, engaging pretty hard into Philly. Philly forced to move away from the jungle, or from the river, I should say. Unfortunately, he is going to go down. He does eat a piercing arrow. And Hopeful is also in trouble, forced to flash away from the Karma Snare. So now we're starting to feel a little like Vanquish Gaming is outmaneuvering. Who Divine does not get his red buff stolen, but Cavalry is there to lock up Amu. Amu is very likely going to go down. He does. Yenny was there to help secure the last bit of that damage. The Lizard is in a really bad spot now. He does go down. There's the Varus ultimate. Cali Legend getting a nice flash ultimate onto 2. So a 2 for 2 trade there. And Cali Legend, despite getting bullied up in that top lane, is still able to be relevant. The power of Malphite. Cavalry eating an arrow there. Takes a lot of damage. Scripter's doing quite a bit now. He has that Ghost Blade. Does not quite land the hook, but he does get the lantern over to Hopeful. Hopeful gets the combo onto Scripter. Scripter barely surviving. No heal, though, so he was able to just get away without any extra healing. And Scripter trying to get some more poke in. Maybe? Nope, he lets the piercing arrow go. Ah, there it is. There's Amu getting those jungle camps. Gets the blue buff for himself because Scripter does not really need it since he does have that tier. Doesn't need it as much, I should say. It's not like it's useless on my degree. See, Amu has picked up that rally, so he is going to be on the durable end. Actually, seeing Divine, instead of getting the randoms, has gotten an Aegis. There is a decent amount of magic damage from the side of Vanquish Gaming. You got Ezreal ultimate. They got actually Varus ultimate too, technically. They got Nidalee, Karma, Malphite are all... Pretty much everyone does magic damage in some form, one way or another. Cali Legend trying to get engaged onto Yenny. Yenny not doing much to him though. Cali Legend quite durable, but here's Divine to help save the day. Yenny using that lantern to try and get away. And they are able to pick up Cali Legend very easily. I'm not quite getting Cavalry. Cavalry is very, very low. Seeing Amu is not done. He really wants that little Gnar. And during that whole process in the bottom lane, we did see the rest of Vanquish Gaming were able to push down that tier 2 mid turret. They're taking a pretty big turret advantage. Cavalry avoids the spear, but unfortunately gets picked up by the piercing arrow from Scripter. Ooh. Poor Cavalry, not quite able to get away. And they're saying that they're actually... Vanquish Gaming actually is going to engage onto Baron. Seeing that Supernova not quite in position to do anything about it, really. Seeing Hopeful is nearby. He's throwing... he was throwing the Voidlings into the pit, but unfortunately they weren't able to pick it up. Ooh, Philly gets locked up by the Varus ultimate. There's Divine engaging onto the score with Hopeful's Malzahar ultimate. They were able to pick up score really easily. Philly eats another Varus piercing arrow. Scripter's having a really good game with those piercing arrows. Currently it is a 4v5, but they're slowly getting poked out by Scripter. Oh, man, as Cavalry has gotten that slow onto Scripter. Scripter could be in a lot of trouble. Yenny trying to chase down Amu. Gets a full culling into the back of Amu. Amu not able to get away. And we're seeing that Scripter was able to get away from Cavalry, surprisingly enough. But that is going to be Supernova picking up Dragon, possibly. Cali Legend diving on in and gets a 2-man knockup. They're able to pick up Philly, but Dragon does go to Supernova. Divine does go down to Scripter. Scripter picking up another kill. He's currently at a triple, but Yenny and Score. Score has the advantage here, maybe. Oh, yeah, Score did manage to pick up. So it is a 4 for 5 with Supernova also picking up a Dragon. So it's not super uneven. The kills are even, but gold is still in favor of Vanquish Gaming. It's slowly extending out to a 5 to 6K range now. Seeing Cali Legend getting another nice little ultimate. Yeah, we're seeing Scripters just doing so much damage. He does have a lot of armor pen, to be fair. Oh, here's Philly trying to get the lantern, but Score, seeing what's going on, decides to immediately back out, and I have a fly in my face. Missed. And we're seeing everybody respawning, heading back to the various lanes. We're seeing Amu and Score actually invading a little bit, opting to try and take some jungle camps away from the side of Supernova. This is still anyone's game. Vanquish Gaming has the gold advantage, but that team fight was really close. Seeing that Cali Legend is, of course, quite durable. He's gotten the Sunfire and the Spirit Vision. Actually has gotten CDR boost, wanting to use his ultimate more frequently. And, of course, all his other abilities more frequently. But, of course, his ultimate is his most notable feature. But Cali Legend does need to be careful if he does get into a slugfest with Cavalry again, one-on-one. Cavalry does have that Black Cleaver now. And working towards some magic resist. Speaking of Black Cleaver, we also see that Yenny has picked up a Black Cleaver. Able to do quite a bit of damage to Cali Legend there, thanks to the Black Cleaver stacks. He's using the red buff to engage in Cali. Cali trying to turn it around, but there's Amu to try and do a lot of damage to Yenny, but Yenny also does quite a bit of damage and is able to get picked up by Cavalry. Cavalry getting revenge, as it were. So 2 for 1 going in favor of Supernova. Seeing Cavalry is using this opportunity to try and split push that top wave a bit, while the rest of Supernova pushes down the mid, with Philly kind of roaming between the two. There's Philly coming in from the side. Scripter flashing away from that Gragas ultimate. Divine getting snared up extremely hard, but there's the Thresh Lantern to pull him out to safety. Scripter getting another nice piercing arrow, doing so much damage to Hopeful. Hopeful's in huge trouble. It does end up going down to the poke. Philly using the hook to get away. Unfortunately for Hopeful, he is just poke bait right now. He's just getting eaten alive by piercing arrows. And we're seeing Vanquish Gaming using this opportunity to try and push down this mid turret. And by try, I mean absolutely push it down. And there's Cali Legend looking for an opportunity to ult. He's getting slowed really hard, but he does get it onto Yenny. Yenny's in huge trouble, seeing that Philly going down. Yenny barely getting away from Cali Legend there. He's actually forced to use his flash to escape. During the little bit of downtime, as you see, Cavalry does get eventually murdered by the rest of Vanquish Gaming. Vanquish Gaming slowly pushing up on these Nexus turrets. It is currently 5v3. There's Divine trying to get a body slam in, but the rest of Vanquish Gaming does get away from the turret. There's the Verisol that whiffs, unfortunately, but Divine getting eaten alive by a mixture of Amu and Scripter. Scripter having such a huge impact with those arrows. Seeing Score using his ultimate to try and get some damage in. Actually, even Arcane shifted over the wall, but it did decide to back out. So score is pretty even in terms of kills, but gold is starting to really, really get out of hand. We've seen those turrets and the CS differences are starting to appear. Actually, CS differences are pretty even. It's mostly turrets in that case. And of course, there are 2 dragons for the side of Vanquish Gaming. And things are slowing down as Supernova tries to push up this mid wave because the inhibitor is down. And there's another turret going down, so that makes it a 3 turret difference for the side between Vanquish Gaming and Supernova, going in favor, of course, of Vanquish Gaming. Seeing Vanquish Gaming kind of positioning for Baron here. Another Baron would allow them to easily push up some more turrets, because Baron, of course, is very, very powerful. Yenny actually using his culling to push out the wave on the top. And we're seeing Baron is absolutely melting under this damage. And very, very easily goes down there. And it looks like Vanquish Gaming going to use this opportunity to push up into this top lane. Use that Baron to start whittling away at those turrets. And actually seeing Reverie actually is in the bottom lane, using his opportunity to try and push her. He does have teleport. Well, Cali Legend looking for a possible engage here. Philly eating an Italy spear, unfortunately. Scripter using his arrow to poke. Hopeful. Unfortunately, never mind. He does get out. He gets poked a lot. He eats a Malphite ultimate, but the Lantern from Philly does save the day. Unfortunately, Yenny not quite so lucky. Eats a lot of damage there. And Philly eating some more arrows as well. See, Scripter is just doing so much damage with that poke. And that is going to be Hopeful going down. Cavalry has returned, but is getting chased down pretty hard. He's got 3 members on him. And there it is. He does go down. That is a turret at the Nexus going down. It looks like the next one is also... There it is. It is down. And that is going to be game 1 going to Vanquish Gaming, probably. And by probably, I mean absolutely. This, of course, is a best of 3, so Supernova is going to have opportunities to make a comeback. My client stops being wonky. There it is. And let me take this opportunity to get my tournament code, because I don't have it copied anymore. There it is. Alrighty, this time we're going to see Supernova on the blue side, and Vanquish Gaming is going to move to the red side. It still could very well go to a Game 3. The beginning of this particular set was pretty even, but as the game continued to go along, we did see Vanquish Gaming slowly take control up until the point where they're able to very easily take team fights. Very likely we might see a possible ban targeted at Varus. Scripture was so impactful with those arrows, very easily able to eat up everyone alive with the poke. And for now, we will take a rest from the speculating. We're going to move to a tiny break, throw on some music, and take this opportunity to get a drink. And as soon as we're in Champions List, we'll be back.
can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through? For you, for you, for you, for you, for eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through? For you, for you, for you, for you, for
And we're back. After the short delay, we're in Champions Select for the second round of our best of three, with Supernova taking on Vanquish Gaming. Currently, Vanquish Gaming holds the lead at 1-0. Especially after a nice, very, very strong showing, especially from Scripture, who was able to output a lot of poke that enabled a lot of very strong plays. And we're seeing a Cinder ban once again coming out of the gate. And there's also a Talia ban once again targeted at Hopeful. And I'm wondering if we're going to see a Varus ban. There it is. There's the Varus ban. Not too surprising. Scripter was doing extremely well on that Varus. Ooh, excuse me. And there's a Soraka ban. I can't remember. Did we see Soraka ban last game? I think so. Philly had a so-so performance on Thresh. He had some good hooks, but he also had a lot of unusual hooks, like his mouse kind of freaked out or something. The game started off pretty even, but as the game continued to extend out, we did see Vanquish taking a more and more noticeable lead. So I'll have to see if Supernova can make a recovery. They're actually taking away Cavalry's Gnar. Thankfully, we do know that Cavalry can play other things, but it's going to be interesting to see what he picks. That's 2 games in a row that he has picked Gnar. They're actually going to take away the Ezreal from Score, so it's very likely going to be Yenny playing Ezreal. Seeing Vanquish hovering on the Gangplank. It is a pick that Cavalry can play, so they're maybe looking to possibly starve him out of picks, but I'm pretty positive that Cavalry will be just fine in that case. They're going to give Amu back to the Nidalee. He did a pretty decent game. And Lizard is going to be playing Karma again, who also had a pretty good game. And I think basically Vanquish had a pretty good game all the way around. But like I said, the noticeable impact was definitely coming out of Scripter with those piercing arrows. And very interesting to see what he plays, since that is no longer an option. Seeing hopeful kind of bounce around picks here. Most of them unlikely, given that we haven't ever seen any of them except for the Morgana he just covered. Have I seen a Mordekaiser before in these tournaments? I don't think so. I want to say I haven't. Pretty positive that's a no. He's hovering it. He's got 5 seconds. Nope, it is going to be Cavalry on Shen. Divine on Graves. So it is going to be a double 80 carry comp. Don't think I've had the opportunity to see Divine play Graves. He's played Gragas both games tonight. So it's going to be interesting to see how he plays a different style of character. Obviously, Graves doesn't quite have the level of CC that a Gragas does. They both start with G, and that's about the only similarity. But it does leave a number of picks. We still have to see both solo lanes and a marksman for the side of Vanquish, and they have a number of options. But they need to change it pretty heavily since picks are either taken away or banned. They're taking their time. They still have about 10 seconds. Hovering on Maokai. Have not seen a Maokai in a very, very long time. He's kind of fallen out of favor. But there it is. He is going to be playing Maokai into Shen. And basically, they're switching marksman carries around. I'm not very good. You don't have to lie. Seeing Yenny hovering on Vayne. Vayne, not very likely, though. That would make it a triple marksman comp. That'd be a little unusual to see. And Philly hovering on Nami. He did play Nami earlier tonight and had a pretty good showing. Much better than Thresh, unfortunately. I'm sorry, I'm kind of ragging on his Thresh still. Still hovering, taking their time. More likely we're going to see a mid lane switch yet. There is Vladimir. Hopeful kind of struggled on the Malzahar earlier, but they did ban away Varus, so I'm interested to see what our mid lane pick for Vanquish is going to be, since that Vladimir is locked in. They did take away the Varus, so we are going to see that Scripter is going to be forced to play something different. He's going to go for another marksman. I don't think there's too many other mid lane marksmen other than Varus. At least not the ones we see frequently. We've seen Varus more often than others. But he may opt for a more traditional mid lane pick, depending on what he wants to pick into a Vladimir. He's hovering. They're going to hover to the gangplank. Guess technically it's not a marksman. He is a melee, but he is still physical damage, not traditional by any means. And they are going to lock it in. So it is very most likely going to be, unless the Nidalee is a mid lane Nidalee. And no, it is most likely not going to be the case. But for most definitely we're going to see in the top lane is going to be Cavalry on Shen facing off against Kali Legends Maokai. In the jungle, we're going to have Divine on Graves and Amu returning once again on that Nidalee. And in the mid lane, it is going to be Hopeful on the Vladimir facing off against Scripter's Gangplank. And of course, last but most certainly not least, we have Yenny on Ezreal partnering up with Philly's Nami to take on Score on Lucian and Lizard on Karma. So some of these switches, some of these characters have been switched around. Hopefully we can see how well Vanquish Gaming competes against it now. They did it quite well last game. They did take game one. So Supernova might have the work cut out for them, depending on how things go. And we have entered our 3-minute delay. We're going to enter a small, tiny commercial break. And once we hit the in-game, we'll be back. And we're back in the Rift. I think both teams are ready to get out of the gate right away. For those of you who are just joining us, this is the finals of the evening. This is currently round 2. Vanquish Gaming has the lead currently for 1-0. And they are on the red side with Supernova on the blue side. You can see the little acronyms at the top there. Both teams kind of spreading out here. We're actually seeing Scripter is still AFK at the fountain, so he must be getting a drink, possibly? Oh, he's moving now. Never mind. So we'll just get ready to see if Scripter can have as much impact on Gangplank as he did on Varus. Gangplank is a high-impact character. A little bit of a possible fight here in the top lane, but Cavalry definitely going to come out ahead there. Cali Legend not interested in really fighting all that much. He's actually going to go ahead and back. He actually probably would regenerate that health before the minions even got to lane, but he's just going to go in back. No harm in that. And Cavalry going to make sure that they can get some vision, kind of get the idea of where Amu is going to start on that Nidalee. And from our end, of course, we can see that Amu is going to start on the bottom side at Krugs. Not Krugs, sorry, Gromp. There are Krugs on the bottom side, but they're in the blue side of the jungle. And Yenny and Philly are not going to actually do a camp this time. They're actually going to kind of position to maybe possibly ambush Score and Lizard. So I'm very interested to see how that plays out. Oh, here it is. And they're going to get some nice poke on a Score. Blizzard's going to try and return some of the favor, but Score taking a bit of a beating there. Seeing Hopeful is actually being super aggressive here on Scripter. Scripter forced to pop a pot. So we're seeing Supernova coming really aggressive right out of the gate in 2 lanes. Now, though we have seen that Yenny is back. Actually, no, he was never low, was he? It was Score who got beat up. Kind of got mixed up there for a second since Score was playing the Ezreal last game. My bad. And seeing Scripter is back to mostly pretty healthy amount. He was about half last time we saw, but with 1 pot he was able to get to about 80%. Things are slowing down a bit. Seeing his Score is still getting poked, but with the Karma Shield, he should stay relatively okay. And top lane is a wet noodle fight. We will see a little bit of occasional bits of damage from Cavalry. He does get a nice little Shadow Dash. Now, Amu is really close. And both Cavalry and Kali pretty even. Slight advantage to Cavalry, but Cavalry wisely backing out. And we're seeing Amu's actually being really aggressive here. They might go for a dive. There it is. That is going to be Kali Legend taking away first blood, and with Amu getting a little assist there thanks to the long-range spear. I'm actually thinking Kali Legend used a flash there, and Cavalry did not, so Cavalry wisely holding onto his own flash. Hopeful studying. Nice poke onto Scripter. He's having a much better game. He was really struggling before on the Malzahar versus Varus lane. Ooh, Lizard taking a lot of damage from Yenny. He gets bubbled. That is going to be a kill going over to Philly. Seeing Lizard not quite respecting the low damage that could be outputted by Nami and Ezreal. Oh, Divine does manage to avoid Amu's spear. Amu jumping over the wall. He does get engaged on really hard, forced to flash, but both Divine and Hopeful flash over the wall after him. Amu not quite going to get away. He does burn to the red buff. I think I need to take this opportunity to change these, because I looked at it and I'm like, why is Lucian next to Shen? That makes no sense. Nice Shadow Dash by Cavalry. Kali Legend actually taking a pretty decent amount of damage there. CS advantage is not huge, but it is in favor of Cavalry for the time being. Hopeful does eat a barrel there. But Scripter is starting to equalize the lane a little bit. He was having some trouble earlier, but... So I think I might have gotten some mixed up there. Hopeful has been doing really aggressive in the lane. Scripter was struggling earlier. But he has equalized things, I guess you could say. Actually, forcing Hopeful to back. I didn't even notice, but Hopeful actually popped a flash at some point. Now we're seeing Score and Lizard returning to the bot lane. With Philly doing support things, getting some deep wards in the topside jungle there. On the top, speaking of topside jungle, we're seeing Amu going for that Gromp to do a little invasion, and Blue will be up in that location soonish. And he is just getting some deep vision. They want to know where Divine is at. Divine is a much bigger damage threat this time around. But he is currently on the bottom side of the jungle. And then seeing Cavalry now also has his ultimate, so they do have that Shen ultimate for the global pressure. Score getting engaged on again really hard by both Philly and Yenny. Eats a lot of damage. Now, Yenny did get snared up a little by Lizard, but still is a lot. Philly has been so aggressive this game. He actually flash ignites Score, but Score also was able to dash away just fine. Yenny gets snared up again by Lizard, but Lizard eats a lot of damage in return still. Score eats another buffed up auto attack from Yeti there. Those Nami auto attack buffs are no joke. Yep. Cavalry and Cali Legend still going at it in that top lane, but still a wet noodle fight. Hopeful and Scripter trading cues there. There's the shield from Karma to block the ebb and flow from Nami. Philly still needs to be really careful here. He did not have flash from his earlier aggression. Hopeful not afraid to get nice and close to the turret to land those transfusions onto Scripter. He did go for the needless dodge rod, so he is going to looking to do a bit more damage. Callie's actually being really... Ooh, dive from Hopeful and from Divine. Both ultimates land on the Scripter, but Scripter is able to get out barely with his life. He was forced to use his flash, though, to get away from that. If he had taken one more ability, he very likely would have died. Cavalry just wants to not get poked, but he is getting poked. I think Cali Legend is being a bit of a nuisance. There is a little bit of gank by Amu, but Hopeful able to easily avoid the spear and the pounce. And the swipe, I guess. Dang old slippery Vladimir. And it looks like Cavalry is finally going to have the opportunity to back. We see that Cali Legend has backed on his own. And there is Hopeful once again getting aggressive. Able to kill the barrel before Scripter can. But here is Amu again, looking for a gank. But there's the Shen ultimate from Cavalry. Does eat a lot of that damage, but Hopeful still needs to be careful. He eats a spear, he could go down. Divine is here, though, to assist. Looks like Scripter is going to take this opportunity to back away from the turret. Yenny getting once again snared up by Lizard, but Lizard backs out away from the Nami ultimate, so they do not get knocked out by that. Well, we're seeing Amu being aggressive, looking for the opportunities to possibly dive in onto Hopeful. Hopeful does manage to be away, though. Seeing Yenny still pushing up aggressively with Philly. But Score and Lizard are doing alright. I actually realized I just had them mixed up there. The goal between the two shouldn't be too uneven. Slight advantage to Yenny due to the CS and the assist, but it's still not too bad. Actually, seeing Cali Legend is going for Aroa. Not an item we have seen too frequently. Well, to be fair, also we haven't seen Maokai too frequently either. But usually they don't go for Aroa so much anymore, though it's still a pretty good item on him, I can see. Nope. Score, Philly going at it with the Yenny as well. Botline has just been all kinds of fun tonight. Lots of aggression. Usually it's just a farm fest with no trading at all. Well, that's not entirely true, I should say. Lizard does get a little bit of poke on a Yenny, but the upgraded Karma Key really didn't do all that much, unfortunately. Seeing the possible action in the top side. Yep, there is Divine and nice Shadow Dash flash from Reverie. Amu actually forced to flash away himself. They really, really wanted the kitty there, but the kitty does not like being pet, apparently. Damn cats. Scripter, despite being aggressed on, is still keeping up in CS. He's a little behind, but unfortunately his poke doesn't do all that much to Vladimir due to Vladimir sustain. And we're seeing that Hopeful is opting for the Rylai's first item, of course. Makes sense, he doesn't need Spirit Visage against a Gangplank. And they are going to donate that blue buff over to Scripter, it looks like. Some much needed love. In between our two top laners, we do see that Kali Legend has secured his Aroa, whereas Reverie is still kind of split items currently since he did opt for that Bammy Cinder, so he has some form of wave clear. Oh, Amu getting engaged on really hard here. The nice Nami bubble by Philly. They're able to pick up Amu really easily, and Scripter is also going to go down. We saw that Reverie using his ultimate very aggressively to get basically repositioned. And they're going to go for this turret. Not a whole lot that Vanquish could have done there. Amu's didn't have flash and he'd already pounced. Ooh, Philly almost getting a really good Nami bubble there. Score's in huge trouble still, though. He gets a really full culling almost into Philly, but not quite enough damage just yet. Excuse me. That is going to be Supernova taking a nice firm lead here. Gold is still pretty even, though, but that's going to be a nice little demoralizing possibly for Vanquish. They did really well in the late game of the last game, but now it's Supernova's turn, it seems. Much earlier, though. Oh, Hopeful not quite able to hit that barrel. Dumps his full combo into Scripter, but he is getting engaged really hard on by Amu. Not able to get away. He did pop his flash and his ghost, but the ghost is probably a little too late. A nice little gank by Amu. He's been having a rougher game compared to the last game. Whew. Excuse me, a little tired. Reverie, Amu going at it. Here comes Scripter to help save the day. But Reverie is going to be able to block that Q. Not too much issue. We're seeing 3-man pushing on to that mid lane turret. But here's Divine and Reverie to say hi. Shadow Dash does lock Kali under the turret for just a second. Kali actually getting really aggressive and flashing under the turret to snare up Reverie. Reverie does end up going down to that. Reverie, unfortunately, not quite as durable as he would like. And this time around for Ezreal, we're seeing Yenny is opting for the Trinity Force instead of the Iceborne Gauntlet that we saw Score play with last time around. So he is going to be doing a bit more damage. And Divine able to secure that Scuttle Crab. I'm going to take this opportunity to take away some vision away from that mid lane. We're seeing Hopeful is opting to take jungle camps for more gold. Score gets engaged on really hard, but is able to get away thanks to Flash and Heal. They really want to kill Score, but so far Score doing a pretty decent job at staying alive. He is only one death in, and has managed to keep up in CS with Yenny despite the constant aggression. In terms of CS, we see that in the top lane, it's actually Callie who's having an easier time. Of course, he does have that wave clear, which Shen does not. Shen needs to have items for wave clear. So we're seeing Cavalier is just getting pushed in a lot, so he's struggling to take every bit of CS since he is under turret a lot. And in the mid lane, we see Hopeful has taken a CS advantage to Scripter. Same concept, except this time around, Scripter actually has wave clear with Gangplank compared to Cavalier Shen. Fortunately, his wave clear is not quite as much as a Vladimir's wave clear. He doesn't need to wait for barrel charges. In the mid lane, in the bottom lane, it's even. Been kind of fluctuating in favor of Supernova, but you're seeing that Score is doing a very good job at staying even. And there is a Shadow Dash onto Cali Legend. Cali Legend getting engaged on by the gank from Divine. He's eating a lot of damage. He might be able to get away. It's pretty close. He is very durable. We're seeing a flash from Cavalier just so they can secure that kill. Philly able to avoid the spear from Amu, but he eats a lot of damage in the process. There's the ultimate from Shen. They're wanting to chase down Amu here. Hopeful trying to get engaged onto Lizard. Lizard does go down, but now he's one-on-one versus Scripter, and Scripter is at full health, and he is not. The two of them disengage. They're still chasing down Amu down here in the bottom side. Amu might be able to get away. He re-engages onto Yenny. Yenny using his heal. Ooh. Both Score and Amu do go down. Not able to pick up Cavalier when he dived in on... Cavalier managed to hit the barrel, but he does end up going down to Scripter. Scripter has a lot of damage. But Scripter also does end up going down. Hopeful getting engaged on by Cali Legend. Cali Legend does take him down. Divine slowly whittling away at him, but now it is once again 2v1. Here is Lizard to help save the day. Cali Legend... There's two flashes, both from Divine and from Lizard. Such an unusual name. I have to remind myself, it's Lizard. Just surprised somebody has an actual word for their name. Lizard and Score, and Divine. Seeing Divine wanting to take this blue buff, but he's being aggressed upon by Amu, by Lizard. Here they come. Divine needs to get out of there. He does get smited by Amu. Ooh, Philly trying to get a bubble. Pretty close, but not quite. With the supporters team, Divine is going to be able to get this blue buff for himself. Besides Yenny and Philly, he's probably the only person that really needs it. And by need, he doesn't actually... blue buff isn't amazing on him. They'll probably end up giving it to Philly more in the later parts of the game, assuming we get there. Though I guess I should say it's not useless on him either. Amu wanting to secure that Scarab so they have vision on Dragon. Cavalier taking this opportunity to clear out some wards and go back to top lane, where the CS lead has extended to 50. He's having a very rough time keeping up in CS. Seeing Amu getting a spear onto Philly, and Divine getting eaten up by barrels. Does manage to avoid the javelin toss though. And with this, we're seeing Vanquish Gaming is going to try and engage on Dragon here, but here's an engage by Supernova. Cali Legend, ooh, Philly eats a lot of damage there. Cat Legend is slowly also getting melted down. He is still very durable. That is going to be Divine going down. Hopeful is also very low. He does end up going down. Scripter, there's Scripter going down. Yenny is eventually going to go down, though. He does get Shadow Dashed by Cavalry. Cavalry trying to pick up Score, but Score able to get away just barely. Philly does end up going down to Amu. Ooh, Cavalry is going to be able to pick up 2 kills there. So that is a 4 for 4. Dragon is still up. Cavalry really wants to find Score, but with that vision, they're able to. Score is able to get out safely. Does Cavalry have Flash? He almost has Flash, but Score, not wanting to go down, does opt to dash over the wall, pick up the Raptor camp, and probably is going to end up backing here since he is so low. Or he wants to pick up the mid-lane wave since it is safe-ish. That's reasonable. Divine's going to go and clear that way. That's a crazy fight. Divine kind of got melted there. Actually, I should say melted went to Philly. Philly is eaten alive by a barrel. Lizard does get water prisoned. Eats a lot of damage from both Hopeful and from that Ezreal ultimate. And it's going to be Divine picking up another dragon. That's the second dragon of the game going over to Supernova. I don't recall what the first dragon was. Was it Air Dragon? I don't remember now. I'd have to cheat and look. But so far it's still, in terms of kills, it's definitely in favor of Supernova, but gold is still very even here. That is engaged by Cat Legend onto Hopeful. Hopeful eating a lot, but he is a Vladimir, so he is able to pull out. Cavalry trying to Shadow Dash away. Still eating quite a bit of damage. There's a 4-man Hemoplague from Hopeful. The rest of Vanquish Gaming is going to back out. Amo getting engaged on by Yenny. He's actually forced to flash away. Then another flash from Blizzard. No one died there, but that was a win for Supernova, it looks like. They're able to take that turret, force quite a few flashes out of the out of Vanquish. So that's a testament to Vanquish able to get out of that without any deaths. And that is going to be Supernova backing. Yenny and Hopeful deciding that it's not safe to back in the jungle. They're going to go back to their own jungle to back. Much safer. Oh, seeing Amu and Divine kind of dashing through each other to try and fight, and a nice little ult by Cavalry. Not much is going to come out of it though, but it is fairly quick in comparison to some things. Ooh, Yenny eating a piercing light there. Since he does have the Trinity Force instead of the Iceborne Gauntlet, he is not quite as durable. That is going to be another turret going over to Vanquish. That is actually their second turret of the game. Ooh, Amo gets water prisoned. He is eating so much damage. He's trying to heal himself to get out, but he does end up going down. Seeing Hopeful actually flashing after a Hemoplague onto Score and Lizard, but Lizard does snare him up. Did Divine just Fatfinger his ultimate? Yes, he did. Whoops. Had to double check to make sure he used his ult there. He did. Well, not the end of the world, as it were. And it's going to be Yenny and Philly trying to take out this top turret. It's the last outer turret for the side of Vanquish. They're slowly going to whittle it down while Cat Legend tries to stop them from taking it by wave clearing. He does have the Thornmail, awesome. So every auto attack is of course going to be reflected back at Yenny. Definitely could be worse decision given that it is a double 80 carry comp with the Ezreal and the Graves. Amon lands the spear onto Hopeful, but Hopeful is just slowly starting to get more and more durable. Eats another spear. Hopeful is a spear magnet. He decides rather than backing, he's going to move away. Because we did see that Cali Legend was pretty close, and despite how durable Vladimir can be, he is not invincible. So, a wise decision to back away rather than possibly give a kill. He's got the healing debuff, so who has... It's actually Score. Score has picked up Executioner's Calling. I don't think I've ever seen the Executioner's Calling Last Whisper from anybody. Ahamu is just getting eaten alive by double 80 carry. Speaking of eaten alive, there is Hopeful is going to go down. He does get snared up. And Cavalry and Scriptor are going at it, but Cavalry and Scriptor are so close to dead. Both are really low. But Scriptor has that range advantage. Cavalry manages to avoid the barrel. There is the orange, and that is going to be Scriptor picking up the kill on Cavalry. A valiant attempt by Cavalry, but not quite enough. Those dang oranges giving sustain and healing. Things are slowing down a little bit. Divine looking to steal that blue buff for himself. He is currently having quite a good game, 4-1. Both him and Yenny are having both really good games. Seeing Yenny has finally... How long has he had tier? I have not been paying attention to Yenny's build at all. He actually cheat a little bit and hover over it to see how high it is. Quite a bit high. So he's had it for a while. Okay. So that means the last time he finished was the Ghost Blade. Of course, Ghost Blade is a very powerful item in its own right. Seeing all of Vanquish Gaming heading towards the bottom side of the map. Looking possibly for the next fight, this time once again around Dragon. It is, I think, an Earth Drake. Philly gets caught, and it melts under that level of firepower. The Shen ultimate was not enough to save the day. Divine is the next victim, possibly. He gets engaged really hard by Cal Legend and by Amu. He's not dead. It's actually going to be Hopeful who is going to die here. Divine's actually going to get away, barely. And he went down. And Cal Legend diving the turret. And Cavalry getting a nice Shadow Dash onto Scriptor. That's going to be Score going down to the turret. And Scriptor is going to get picked up by Cavalry. Cavalry once again picking up some kills for himself. But it is a 3-for-4 going in favor of Vanquish this time around. It was actually not a full 5v5 fight. Cavalry was late, and Lizard is pushing the mid lane. And there's going to be a turret going over to Vanquish as well. So actually, Vanquish is pulling ahead here now that they have a 1k gold lead. And Amu looking to try and solo the dragon by himself, but is going to back out with both Cavalry and Philly showing up at that dragon. Now it's going to be the third dragon of the game going over to Supernova, it would seem. There it is. We'll have to see if there's a recruit for him. That was Philly, unfortunately, getting engaged on super hard. Never even had a chance to flash or use any of his abilities. He just melted under the level of focus. Speaking of damage, Philly is once again getting really damaged there. But Amu forced to pounce away. Here's Cali Legend to engage onto Yenny. Yenny does end up going down. There's Amu just kind of sitting in the background, throwing those spears, looking to do some damage. Cavalry is kind of ignoring everything else and going for the lizard, but Score is there to pump a calling into his back, almost killing him. And there's the Shen ultimate onto Divine. Divine does go down to the execute damage, though, coming out of Amu. Amu doing a lot of damage. Here's Hopeful, though. Unfortunately for Hopeful, it is a 4v1. There's the pool, but he is going to end up going down, so that is Vanquish Gaming picking up 3 for nothing. And they're actually going to try and get Baron here. Very most likely they will. There's not much to contest this Baron, as it were. Though Cavalry is looking to possibly make an effort. Ooh, I actually kind of thought Yenny was going to get it there, but he does not. It was secured by Amu. And they do also manage to pick up Cavalry, though. Cavalry lasting a long time, but unfortunately, not even a Shen can survive the focus of 5 people. Most whom have pretty high builds. They're mostly finished in most categories. But that Baroned up minion wave is going to be able to take out that top side tier 2 turret very easily. And that evens up the turret game. So we're seeing, despite the difference in dragons, and of course the kills have evened up entirely now, seeing Vanquish is in control right now. It's not over. This is still pretty even, just a slight lead to Vanquish now. Well, Yenny is engaging onto Scriptor. Scriptor actually flashes out of the Nami ultimate. There's the Shadow Dash onto Scriptor's, but unfortunately for Scriptor, the pull of the orange was not enough to stop his own demise. And Hopeful is going to get melted by Score there. That is going to be another turret going down for the side of Supernova, who eats Yenny alive. Seeing Philly doing his best to try and poke away at this mid lane push, but unfortunately between the Super, it's just a big wave with a bunch of buffed up Baron minions. Not a whole lot a Nami can do to stop that kind of push. Seeing Cavalry and Amu are still kind of dueling out. Amu not quite getting the pounce he wanted there. Wanted to go over the wall, not quite. Score going to pop that U-Moose to try and whittle away at this turret. He is going to get it. Thankfully, from the shield from Blizzard is enough to keep him alive. There is the calling out of Score. Mostly landing entirely on Philly. Cali Legend using the Twisted Advance to try and engage on Divine, but gets pulled under the turret. And we see here he's actually really tanky. He's got that Frozen Mallet Frozen Heart and the Thorn Mail. There's the Hemoplague from Hopeful, but it's not going to be enough. That is going to be Cali Legend flashing away from the turret, but he does end up going down to Cavalry Shen. Cavalry Shen getting eaten alive there. There is another turret going for the side of Vanquish. Seeing Yenny is going to Arcane Shift away from that Amu's spear there. Amu actually forced to flash away from the Home Guard Shen. And he is going to go down to Yenny's long-range poke. There's Scriptor getting Shadow Dashed on it. He pops the orange, gets a few hits in, but he is going to end up going down. Not much he can do there. Still, though, that is Vanquish getting a huge push in, getting another inhibitor, despite the 3 deaths. Excuse me. Seeing Score is in that top line pushing it out. He is actually really far ahead in CS now. He's 1 item away from being full build, and that is the Last Whisper variant for the Grievous Wounds. Executioner's Calling, as you could call it. I actually don't remember what it's called when the two items are fully put together. You don't see the Grievous Wounds Last Whisper too frequently. It's almost always the Giant Slayer one. So currently it's at a huge advantage for Vanquish Gaming. We're seeing that the gold leads are extending out to what they were before, especially in this longer game. But it's going to be Supernova taking the Elder Dragon. Possibly. There's the Gangplank ultimate to apply lots of pressure. Hopeful kind of on the outer edge of that circle. Eats a barrel, drops down to half health. Oh, it's a jungler duel, and it's going to be Divine taking the Elder Dragon. Oh, Yenny trying to get engaged onto Scripter. He kind of eats Scripter alive there. But while this is going on, we see Scores in that top lane taking the last outer turret. And that's another inhibitor. That's actually 3 inhibitors all down for Supernova. They're kind of in a bad spot here. And that is going to be Cali Legend. He is going to eventually go down. He did have the Guardian Angel, but it was popped. And Lizard is going to get engaged on by Hopeful, but that's a huge heal by Lizard. Not enough, though. Ooh, we had a Score meeting Yenny, but Yenny, especially because he got the first hits, is able to easily eat him. Cannot underestimate that late game Ezreal damage. There's still one more Nexus turret for Supernova, so they can't get quite backdoored entirely. Somebody has to take out that turret first. But still, that's Vanquish Gaming with a pretty significant lead here. They're behind in kills still, but the objectives are starting to take their toll. Not even their objectives, just the turrets are starting to take their toll, because objective-wise, everything except for one Baron, the only Baron that I'm thinking about it, has gone over to Supernova. They've gotten all the dragons over at Supernova. That is one inhibitor, a much needed inhibitor coming out for Supernova. They need all the help they can get here. You see who hasn't finished their build yet, and that is going to be Scripter. Oh, there's Divine getting encaged on. There's the Gangplank ultimate. Amu kind of forced back though. Uses the Zanyas to avoid taking that damage. And it looks like... yeah, we're seeing another Baron by Vanquish. They're probably going to get it. Nope! It gets stolen by Divine. And that is going to be Hopeful, kind of eating everyone alive there. He does end up going down to Score, but Score ends up going down to Yenny. Yenny gets another kill. That is a not quite clean ace, but it is a 2 for 4 and a Baron going over to Supernova. That's a nice little ray of hope they needed there. They're going to use those Baron buffs to kind of push out of their base, since there are 2 waves of super minions hitting the top and bottom lanes. I am shocked that Divine managed to take that. It's not the easiest task in the world to take a Baron away from an Italy. Some characters can do it, but I would not have listed Graves as one of them. But he did it! That's all that matters. Yeah. And we're seeing Yenny is working towards his own last whisper item. It, of course, is the Giant Slayer variant, looking to do some damage in that department. Whew. Seeing most everybody is pretty close to full build, and if they're not full build, they're like 1 item away, basically. Now I'm trying to get some vision control back. That is going to be scored. Almost going down. Yenny's in huge trouble. He does end up getting picked up. He got slowed really hard by Lizard. And then the calling came out and was able to basically get the kill there. And that is huge, huge trouble for Supernova. They really needed Yenny. Yenny is a huge part of their damage. And Cavalry trying to get some damage, and that is going to be Score taking a lot of damage from Divine. Divine's in a lot of trouble now. There's a huge ultimate by Hopeful. The Hemoplague does pick up Score. Score does go down. Scripter is also the next target. Amu is going to go down to that Shadow Dash. Maybe. He does go down. That's going to be Cavalry picking up kill. Cavalry is still alive. He's almost dead. And there's Hopeful slowing up Lizard. Lizard actually flashes out of the bubble. Kali Legend going on to Hopeful, but unfortunately, not a whole lot of Maokai can do to a Vladimir. Have a late game of Vladimir heal. Huge amount of bursty heals there. That is a 3-for-1 going in favor of Supernova. Vanquish still has a gold lead, but it's shrunk down to 2k now, though. And we're getting to that point in the game where basically because everybody's at full build, it doesn't matter how much gold they have now. Vanquish getting engaged on really hard. Hopeful trying to pick up Scripter there, but Scripter, of course, is able to escape through the wall. Scripter avoiding the Ezreal ultimate. And it's going to be Philly and Divine taking that middle inhibitor. That is the first inhibitor for Supernova. So despite getting pushed on really hard in all their lanes at the base, they're able to take an inhibitor. And there's, unfortunately, Philly going down to a culling. Excuse me, I'm yawning again. Seeing Divine is in the bottom side of the jungle, he is going to take this opportunity to back. He still needs to build his last item. It's a BF sword item of some kind. Could be Bloodthirster, possibly. We won't know until, of course, he actually managed to finish it, because he doesn't have room for any of the other components. But other than him, it's full build all around except for Philly on the side of Supernova. Philly, of course, building something with magic resist. Negatron Cloak specifically, so that could be Abyssal or Guardian Angel. And I think one other item, which I can't remember because I've never built it. Sroth's Portal, that's one. I think it's another though, but not important. And of course, on the side of Vanquish Gaming, we're seeing that Scripter is still working on finishing his build out entirely. He has the serrated Dirk for the armor pen. Banshee, that's right, that's another one. Because there are more important things to speculate on what build path he would be going. And of course, the Bansheeville, of course, would probably help save his life because he's been caught more than once, unfortunately. Philly having a bit of a rough day. Though he's doing significantly better this game than he was in the previous one. There is the ultimate from Scripter. I wanted to help push that mid wave back. Of course, that is where the inhibitor's down. We're seeing a huge 4-man push in the top side by Supernova, while Cavalry pushes the bottom side. Unfortunately, Vanquish is not going to be able to stop that top push. That is going to be the top turret going down. Bubble not quite landing on Kali Legend, but actually Hopeful took a barrel there and ate a lot of that damage. We're seeing another Grievous Wounds, Last Whisper target at Hopeful's healing potential. There's Hopeful getting engaged on really hard by Kali Legend. There's a 2-man Hemoplague, and a Zanya is being popped by Hopeful. Kali Legend is trying his best, but he does get eaten alive by Divine. Guardian Angel is popped. That's Yenny coming in from the side to kind of punish the back line. The Scripter is going for Divine, does go down. That is Kali Legend getting eaten alive. And that is Lizard as last man standing. That is probably going to be the second round ending. I have a hard time imagining that Supernova does not finish here. There, between the Ezreal and the Graves, yep, turrets are melting. That is going to be game 2 going to Supernova. We are going to game 3. Not the most common occurrence here at Reverie. And with that, we will be taking a small minor break. We'll be taking this to Game 3, of course, as I mentioned. And as soon as we are in Champion Select, we'll be back. And we're back. This is the final match of the evening. We are currently 1-1 with Supernova taking a game back in game 2. They're able to do it pretty decently too. Very, very convincing string of victories at the end game there. The power of that Vladimir showing up especially. And of course, actually, Divine also doing quite a bit of damage. And Yenny as well. So pretty much all the damage dealers doing awesome, basically dealing damage. Who knew? Saying the bands aren't changing too much. They're Supernova sticking with that Varus band, not interested in letting Scripter play it, and they're actually going to take away Shen from Cavalry this time. So Cavalry is not going to be able to play Shen. He's going to have to be forced to play something else. And they're taking their time on this last ban. What could it be? Are they going to stick with what they've done, or are they going to change it up? And it's going to be a Karma ban. And it's going to be a ban targeted at Lizard. Lizard's not going to play Karma this time around. And that is going to be Score locking in the Ezreal pretty quickly. So Yenny not going to be able to play Ezreal this time around. That means you very likely will maybe switch to Lucian again. So going back to what they were playing in the first round. We shall see. And my phone just vibrated. Hopefully it's nothing. That's exactly what it is. Okay. So we see Supernova taking their time on this first set of picks. They really need to give it some thought. They, of course, like I said, this is the last game of the evening. They don't want us to screw things up. Cavalry hovering on Gnar. I think Gnar was banned in the second game, actually. Now I'm thinking about it. I think that's correct. I'd have to go double check. I can double check while they're still picking here. And that is going to be Divine locking in Nidalee. They're actually taking away the Nidalee from Amu, who has locked it 2 games in a row. Let's see. Game 2. Yes, Gnar was banned. Thank you, Battlefly. Very, very convenient that you can see the match history for bans and picks. And that is going to be Scripter locking in the Vladimir this time around. So Hopeful is not going to be able to play Vladimir. And Lizard is going to lock in the Tom Kench since Karma was banned. Now that I think about it, Tom Kench was banned in the previous 2 games, so I'm curious to see if the decision to ban Karma instead of Tom Kench was the correct one. Because 2 games in a row they banned Tom Kench. Supernova is they in this case. But this time they're leaving it open. They're going to ban away the Karma. Very interesting choice. We still need a bottom lane and a mid lane for Supernova. So they do have some picks here. They know exactly what's going to be in the bottom lane for Vanquish. And, of course, that is most likely going to be Vladimir in the mid lane. Hopeful hovering on Zed. We actually haven't seen a Zed in a long time. But, of course, it's not going to be Zed. It's going to be Victor, possibly. It is Victor locked in. So nice, very strong mid-range mage. Has a bunch of tools in his kit. We'll have to see if he is good enough to deal with a Vladimir. And that is going to be Yenny locking in the Nami for Philly. Philly going to play the walking sushi again. Having a much better game on the Nami tonight overall. And that leaves a top laner and a jungler for Vanquish. It also leaves the Marksman as the last pick for Supernova. What is Amu going to play this time around now that Nidalee is no longer an option for him? I'm really curious. So a number of very, very strong meta picks are still available. We got Elise, we got Rek'Sai, got Hecarim. Rammus? Really? They're having Graves. Is that a top lane Rammus? That is a top lane Rammus. Huh. That is extremely unusual. Top lane Rammus into a Gnar. Really curious to see how that works. Seeing Philly's kind of hovering on a bunch of picks, but none of these picks make any sense. There is the Vayne. It's actually going to be locking in Vayne. Don't see a whole lot of Vayne, but we'll have to see if she can snowball out of control. So, this is all our picks locked in. And we got Supernova kind of flipping all their picks around. Come on, guys. Stop screwing around. Cavalry is obviously not going to be playing Vayne in the top lane. In the top lane, speaking of, it is going to be Kali Legend on Rammus facing off against Cavalry's Gnar. Really curious to see what he does here. I think I've played top lane Rammus a couple of times, but never really got it to work comfortably for me. We'll have to see if he can do it for him. Really excited to see what he's going to do with that. And in the jungle, we have a little bit of a character swap here with Amu on Graves this time around and Divine playing Nidalee. In the mid lane, we got Scripter this time playing Vladimir facing up against Hopeful's Victor. And of course, in the bottom lane, we got Score back on the Ezreal, Lizard on the Tom Kench, who has been banned away from him in both previous games, facing off against Yenny on the Vayne. I almost said Varus. That's obviously not correct. On Vayne, we don't see a whole lot of Vayne, so I'm interested to see how well he does. And Philly on the Nami. And with that, we're going to enter our... We're actually already in our 3-minute delay by about a minute, but we're going to enter a small, tiny commercial break. And once we're in Champion Select... Not Champion Select. Once we're in game, I should say, because we're already in Champion Select. Sorry, it's getting later and later. Once we're in game, we'll be right back. For now, some light listening for you guys. There we go. I had myself muted. We're back. This is as we said earlier, this is the final round of the evening. We are currently 1-1 with Vanquish taking the first game and Supernova taking the second. Both teams were fairly even up to a certain point, and then both teams eventually started to snowball as they took control of the game. So looking forward to see how well they do this time around. We're seeing Supernova do the same thing they did in the previous round, where they get all gathered in one bush and look for any possible invades. But Vanquish not interested. They're going to play super safe and do the standard line of scrimmage. And that is going to be Supernova backing off, looking to spread out. And we're seeing Divine is going to be starting on the bottom side of the map. And I almost said Rammus in the jungle, but it's obviously not correct. Rammus is top lane. Kelly Legend being a legend with his variety of champion picks. And it looks like Amu is also going to start on the top side of the map. So looking forward to see how well all of this goes. Oh, I should take this opportunity to make sure I realign everything. There we go. And it's off. The minions are meeting. And we'll have to see who can come out on top here. Oh, that is Scripter. Getting poked a little bit, but not a huge deal for Vladimir. Score, however, is getting poked a lot. Oh, Lizard is going to eat up Score and push him out, but he eats a lot of damage in return himself. Philly and Yenny being super aggressive in that bot lane. But Philly managed to eat a little poke there. Score trying to even things out. Oh, there's Yenny, has picked up the Silver Bolts, looking to try and get a third proc. Oh, Score forced to Arcane Shift away. So currently, Yenny and Philly taking firm control of that bottom side. And there's Cavalry poking away at Cali Legend. Cali Legend eating a lot of damage. And Cali Legend is eating a little damage there. He is popping his pots. He's actually getting demolished in CS right now. I'm not sure how well the Rammus pick is going to work out in lane. I'm very, very curious to see how this plays out. Though he's recovered quite a bit of that CS. Actually doing a lot better now that he has picked up that wave. That makes sense, as it were. There's Hopeful actually getting pushed in by Scripter a little bit, though he is getting some poke in. And what is Divine up to? He's kind of roaming around. He's actually very low. Looks like he wants the Scuttle Crab going off the map. In the bot lane, we're seeing a lot of poke. There's Cali Legend kind of rolling around, forcing Cavalry to bounce away. And on the bottom side, we see Divine looking for a gank. Yenny's in trouble. He does get eaten up by Lizard. That is going to be him going down. First blood going to Amu. Not quite respecting what Tom Kench can do there. Seeing a ping onto Dragon. There's no vision on it from Supernova, so well, that's not entirely true. There is a ward in the bush right there coming into the lane, but that is Scripter popping his ghost. He does eat a turret shot. Actually, he's kind of forcing a flash from Divine to try and pick up the kill there. Oh, but that is Dragon actually getting saved by Divine kind of being there. They kind of want it now. But Amu is able to pick it up. He flashes over the wall to get the smite steal. Oh, and that is Cali Legend engaging onto Divine. Divine is going to get taunted, going down. Cali Legend is super low. Are there going to be any more victims here? That is going to be Hopeful popping his ghost. Nope. Amu ended up being a legend himself, getting another steal. Actually, did he have a steal last game, or was that Divine? No, it was Divine had a steal last game. He managed to steal Baron. My bad. Another steal for Graves, I guess I should say. Because that would be accurate in this case. Because it was Divine playing Graves last time. Yep, Scripture trying to push this wave a little bit. Now, seeing in the bot side, we're seeing despite their early aggression, Yenny and Score quite even in CS. It's not to say that we'll have to see how well that Yenny can scale into that late game. We've all seen the Veins who can do tons of damage if they can do well enough. Of course, we've also seen the Veins who don't do so well. Looking forward to see which one Yenny is. Looks like he's doing alright though. He's getting good hits, with the exception of him getting eaten by the Tom Kench the one time. He does manage to avoid the tongue lash. There is Divine coming for another gank. Yenny kind of forced into a slightly awkward position, but he is returning the damage. There's Cali Legend getting engaged upon by Cavalry, getting stunned up under the turret. That's Cavalry picking up a kill onto Cali Legend. Ooh, Scripter getting a lot of damage in onto Hopeful. Hopeful flashing away, but it might not be enough. Scripter, is he going to end up going down? No, he does get away. Wow. So that is Hopeful not picking up the kill there. Here's Divine, still kind of hanging out in that bottom side. Sitting in the bush waiting for an opportunity. They don't know he's there. Unfortunately, the Spear does not land anyone. Scored as Arcana Shift away to safety. Only eats the one auto attack. Currently, in the looks like for top lane is Cavalry, who has the enormous lead, especially given the CS difference. But we'll have to see how well Cali Legend can even it up after this wave. Bot side's pretty even. Slight advantage going over to Vanquish due to the assists. And the mid lane, I'd say currently it's going off that last engagement. Scripter has the advantage. He's able to play it out pretty well. Oh, excuse me. Oh, there's Cavalry going for those auto attacks. He has the red buff, so he is trying to slow up Cali Legend. Cali Legend, he actually flashes onto Cali Legend just so he can't roll away. Cavalry picking up another kill. Well played. Because Cali Legend did not have his flash. It's almost back up, but that is going to be another kill. Ooh, there's Scripter eating a spear. Ghosting away from Hopeful. Hopeful also popping a ghost. Oh. Here's Divine getting some love from Amu. Amu looking for a kill here. Flashing over the stun by Hopeful. Hopeful. Sorry, Scripter with his ult kind of distracted me. As a not so great Hemo Plague, unfortunately. But that is going to be Divine getting picked up by Amu. Bunch of flashes popped there. Oh, Cavalry trying to show some love to Scripter, but Scripter does pull away. Oh, here is Divine showing some love. I'm sorry, that's not Divine. That's Amu. Amu showing some love to the bot lane, forcing 2 flashes from both Yenny and Philly. And Yenny is going to be able to kill the ward that was on top of the pink ward before the pink ward does eventually go down. Seeing Amu doing a very, very good job roaming around the map here. That's the 3rd or 4th time he's ganked the bottom lane because Philly and Yenny are being so aggressive. Though that aggression is starting to peter out a bit. Other than that, the only lane that's definitively winning for Supernova is the top side with Cavalry. Cavalry picking up 2 kills on the Kali Legend. Working towards that frozen mallet. Divine engaging on the Lizard. Lizard not quite in trouble yet, but he does manage to land the stun. Kali Legend getting engaged on by Cavalry really hard here. He may be able to get away. Yes, he is. Does avoid that final stun. Excuse me, Jesus. Just Rainy. Could be, but I'm gonna call him Yenny. Could be Rainy. But I've called him Yenny for like 2 months now. It'd be awkward to change. There's Scripter getting a 3-man Hemoplague, landing a beautiful pull, dodging underneath the Nami ultimate, and able to pick up a double kill. That is Yenny getting slowed up by Lizard, and it is a triple for Vanquish, taking a extremely firmly here, taking 3 kills, and of course the Dragon. That was brilliantly played by Scripter, getting the 3-man Hemoplague and going underneath the Nami ultimate. Very well played. See how are things going everywhere? Seeing top lane still has the advantage, but everywhere else is not looking so hot for Supernova. Scripter has a 4-0, basically 4 kills, 0 deaths, 1 assist, and the CS is even relatively. But those kills are going to make a big difference. Scripter already has his Spirit Visage, so Hopeful has very little hope of taking down Scripter's Vladimir. And there is Cavalry getting some love. There's the taunt, and there's Lizard also not quite able to get the swallow. Cavalry eating a Graves ultimate as well from Amu, getting away barely. There's a flash from Kali Legend as well, so not all hope is lost in that department. He has managed to back. Well, that is 3 members of Vanquish whacking away at this turret. Here's a teleport from Cavalry. Oh, he's getting engaged on so hard. They show no hesitation on that dive. Lizard able to tank up the turret super easily. Cavalry probably thought he would have the opportunity to Mega Gnar there, but unfortunately he did not. And there's Score avoiding the Nami bubble. He's managed to dodge Divine Spear as well. Things are not looking so great for Supernova right now. They need to pull it together here. Oh, here's Hopeful getting dived on by Kali Legend. The stun lands, but Hopeful does manage to flash away. He does take a little bit of tick damage there from Red Buff, but or was that from Challenging Smite? It might be from Challenging Smite. I'm not sure which, or both. Philly is in huge trouble. Uses his ultimate, but he does get slowed up super hard by Lizard. And there's the Ezreal ultimate. Really... So, letting Lizard have Tahm Kench probably not working out the way they hoped, because they did ban it the first 2 games. Lizard is doing quite well on that Tahm Kench. So Amu's going to pick that blue buff. He was getting pretty low on mana there. Here's Cavalry. The Hemoplague does land on a hopeful. Gonna get away though, just fine. Cavalry is gonna slow up Scripter enormous amounts. The Scripter lasting quite a while, but does eventually go down. Can't quite tank up both a Gnar and an Italy. To be fair, he doesn't have much in the way of armor. Oh, there's Kali Legend trying to, and by trying to, I mean absolutely taunting up Hopeful again. But Cavalry pushing Kali Legend into the turret, and they're also able to pick up Amu there, so that evens things out a bit. There's still a lead for Vanquish, but they need giving 3 kills away for nothing is not what they hope for, I imagine. Excuse me. That is going to be mid lane turret going down for Vanquish. That evens the turrets up. And it makes it 1 for 1. That'd be fair. The Vanquish did get the first blood for turrets, I suppose you could call it. And we're seeing... So looking at items, we see that Kali Legend has finished his Sunfire. We see Amu working on Phantom Dancer. Scripter's working on any number of items that could build from Codex and Amp Tome. There's an ult from Philly, but not much else happens there. Very interesting. Not sure he meant to do that. Oh, there's Cavalry is roaming down. Kind of doing some damage to Amu there. Amu backing out. Oh, there's Divine landing the spear onto Scripter. Scripter turning with a Hemoplague. Unfortunately, not enough to kill Divine. But the heal and the roam up from Blizzard are enough to scare them away from Scripter. Other things in the bottom lane here. Currently, Score is leading the score, 104 with 145 CS, compared to the 020 of 137 of Yanni. But it is a Vayne. We cannot rule Vayne out until the game is over. Even a bad Vayne can do a decent amount of damage with her kit. Assuming they let a Vayne hit them, to be fair. Oh, possible action in the bottom side. We actually see that Kali Legend has roamed down. Oh, here we're seeing a teleport from Cavalry. He's teleporting to the dragon. Oh, that is another dragon being secured by Amu. Divine having a bit of tough luck there in that department. Score trying his best to pick up Philly there, and Cavalry and trying to catch up with or trying to poke down Scripter, but a flash from Kali Legend taunts up Cavalry, and Score was able to get in there and do some damage. And poor Philly getting tongue lashed there. So that is Vanquish taking another turret as the last outer turret for them, except for the bottom side, I should say. And this Lizard managed to pick up Scripter and pull him to safety. Other than those backs, we do see that Kali Legend has gone to the bottom side to push the turret up, but Yenny is roaming down to say hi. And he does get the stun. Oh, he's doing so much damage. It actually forces the flash, not the flash, but the heal from Yenny. And there's those Trill Silver procs. Seeing that Kali Legend's durable nature is no joke. Almost almost kills Yenny with the Thornmail damage. Not the Thornmail, the Oh, what is his W called now? I can't remember. Has a Thornmail like skill, I guess you could call it. That is Scripter getting engaged on super hard. There's the ignite, so he can't heal as much. And Philly not quite going down. There it is. There is the last bit of poke. That is going to be Cavalry going down to score, though he is pretty durable. He dodges another Q. Well played. Unfortunately, it was a bit of a futile effort there. That is a 1 for 3 going in the favor of Vanquish again. The only victim being Scripter's Vladimir, who's getting more and more problematic now that he has that Zanya's. And we're seeing Yenny has picked up the Blazering King, has the Zeal, working towards some kind of Zeal item. Probably going to be Phantom Dancer, I would think. That makes the most sense to me. Though maybe we'll see a Trinity Force. I don't know. Has the CDR, has more attack speed now. Little better synergy with a Vayne than it did before. It's a curious thought I had. I'm not sure 100% how accurate it's going to be. Because, of course, Phantom Dancer is still a fantastic item on a dueling character. Seeing Cavalry working on his Black Cleaver now. And Kali Legend trying to get Deadman's Plates, of course. That is going to be a fantastic item on a Rammus. Speaking of, who is getting ganked by Divine. Divine managing to interrupt the wheel. And Yenny and Cavalry are all going to start whacking away at poor Kali Legend. I'm looking to take that blue buff for himself. He does manage to secure these. Heading towards the top side to defend. Well, there's the Meganar from Cavalry. I was kind of being aggressive here, but we do see... That is why they were being aggressive. There was a Lizard Tom Kench ultimate trying to behind them. And there is Scripter from the side doing so much damage to Philly. There's Philly going down. That is going to be poor Yenny following up, and that is Cavalry also going down. So that is a 3 for nothing in favor of Vanquish. Vanquish is taking a much firmer lead of this game than they did in the previous 2 games. And they're going for a 22-minute Baron. I had to see if Divine can pull another miracle and steal this one like he did in the previous game. There's Kali Legend going after Hopeful. Hopeful is going to melt. He does get taunted up and it does go down. See Divine doing his best to try and get in there on top of that Baron, but he does get turned on really easily and it does go down. That's Vanquish picking up Baron at 23 minutes. A valiant effort, but he was being chased down pretty hard there. Seeing some jungle clears going on here. Characters looking to get some more gold. Well, could I take in some Thornmail damage there? Though he is getting more and more durable. Working on that Black Cleaver. So that's going to increase his effectiveness against a Rammus in particular. Lizard taking out some wards. Oof. And Divine taking some score poke. There's Lizard. Really wanted to get a lick there, but Divine was able to get away. Now they're slowly going to whittle away at this turret. They have Amu and Score there to hit it. Does it go down? There it is. But see, Score gets eaten alive by Hopeful. And there's also going to be Kali Legend going down. There's a Hemoplague from Scripter, but it's not enough to take out Cavalry. We saw Amu has killed Hype. Sorry, I said Hype. I meant Hopeful. So that makes it a 2 for 1 currently. See, Cavalry is pretty low. And not looking for the opportunity to go in here. He's getting... There it is. There's a 3-man an R ultimate that pushes 2 members into the turret and manages to stun up another. There's Scripter getting stunned by Vayne, but there's the exhaust from Tom Kench, Lizard in this case. And Scripter is going to be able to get out just fine. There is the turret going down. Yenny was actually forced to flash. And Scripter popping his ghost to make sure that Philly can't get away. But a getaway he does with the use of flash. Well, there's the pull. Scripter's trying his best to not go down here, but eventually there's a limit to how long you can stay alive, even with help. Have to see what Yenny decides to build next, because he has damage now, but he dies very, very easily. There is Divine getting taunted up. He is going to go down to Cali Legend and score. Seeing that Cali Legend doing quite well despite the rocky start. Has the Thornmill, has the Sunfire, working on probably a Deadman's. Could be any number of giant spelt items. Who does dodge the bubble? He's eating a lot of damage. There's Yenny going hard. That is going to be Yenny picking up a kill. Much, much needed kill, because the Supernova is currently quite a bit behind. Well, thanks for liking my casting. I'm just kind of rambling at this point. I'm actually very tired. It is bedtime after this. There's Amu picking up the red buff from Stealth, selfishly stealing it away from poor Score. Because, you know, Score needs more slows with this Iceborne Gauntlet. Speaking of, he is going to poke down Hopeful a little bit, but not too much going to come out. They are going to get picked away by Lizard, and then they dive back onto Cavalry. Cavalry, unfortunately, does not have any armor, so he actually takes a lot of damage from Score. Oh, he does not get hit by the Ezreal ultimate. Well, there's Divine trying to show some love to mid lane, but Divine is not having the best game he could. Oh, there is Amu to say hi. Divine is getting eaten alive by Score. There is Philly to say hi with a heal. And Score is forced to retreat. There's Cali Legend maybe looking to dive. No. His Powerball did not go as far as he wants. There's Fast Scripter from the side with the huge Hemoplague. There's the Zanyas and the pool, keeping him alive for a super long time. Lizard coming in from the side to pull him out to safety, but spits him right back in. That is a turret for nothing. The Hopeful might go down here. There it is. Score does pick him up. And there's Cali Legend trying to engage onto Yenny, but gets pushed away. And trying to engage onto Yelly. There's a... Fortunately, Cavalry not able to get his ult off. That is a 2 for nothing. So far, Vanquish doing quite well. They have pulled up to more than 10k. They're actually at 12k now. That is going to be an inhibitor, 2 inhibitors possibly going down here, depending... Yes, that is both inhibitors going down. And now Cali Legend is going to tank up the turret to help push the wave out. There's Lizard coming to help him try to take this turret, possibly. Yes. Yes, they are. Both of them are quite durable. Here is Score to help actually do some damage to the turret. And that leaves Supernova with only 3 turrets. The top side inhibitor turret and the Nexus turrets. I heard that spear land, but it was the very, very last second of the recall animation, so even though it did land, it doesn't count. Sad day for Divine. And things are slowing down now, up until the point where, of course, both teams come back from their backs. Actually, seeing Cali Legend has picked up a Banshee's Veil, so when he rolls in, he's going to eat the first skill, so it kind of makes it a little more awkward to push him away with CC. And we're seeing Cavalry starting to pick up some armor. But there is Philly getting caged up by Amu. Amu's doing actually quite a bit of damage. Uses the ultimate to push himself out of the Victor bubble. It didn't do all that much damage. But here is Scripter again engaging from the side. But a nice bubble from Philly locks him up a little bit longer. And the team of Supernova is able to get away just fine. But we are seeing Vanquish pushing in super hard on this top turret. There are all 5 members here. There's not much they can do. Divine getting engaged on super hard by Score. There is Cali Legend getting a nice taunt onto Hopeful. Able to pick him up very easily. There's Yenny trying his best, but he's just taking so much damage. He's too far behind. That is going to be Philly going down. Cavalry still alive. Yenny trying to get away, but here's Lizard to say hi with Amu. That is going to be Yenny going down. Cavalry does manage to pick up a score there, but it is currently 4 for 1. And there's the flash from Cali Legend, but does not land the taunt. Ooh, there is the ultimate from Amu, able to pick up Cavalry. That is going to be a clean ace. That is the game, with 4 members of Vanquish hitting away at the Nexus. There it is. Congratulations to Vanquish Gaming for taking the August buy-in tournament. A very, very valiant attempt by Supernova. They're able to take out game 2 very, very good. Very, very good. That's very poor English. Very, very decently. Very well played. It's late. I'm tired. I'm sorry. English is falling apart. But congratulations to both teams for making it this far. Hopefully we can see them return for the next month of tournaments. And there's a fly again in my face. Got him! And with that, we are going to go ahead and take a brief moment to thank our sponsors. You've probably noticed them plugged into our commercials a little bit. First off, we do have Battlefly, which is the service we use to run our tournaments. Secondly, we use we have Law History app, which is a phone app on Android and iPhone. Functions just like Law King or na.opg.gg. It's just obviously for your phone. And last but certainly not least, we have Vivi, which is a little less obvious. Vivi is a website service you can use to create highlight videos. Rather than having to download software like Sony Vegas or Adobe, you just go to the website, you plug in your video, and you're able to create a highlight reel from that video. So, very convenient, very easy to use. It's what we use to create our highlights. And I think that's it. Congratulations once again to Vanquish for picking up this for their prize. I'm not entirely sure how much the prize is for this week, because of course that does change based on how many teams do sign up. And with that, I think we're going to go ahead and call it a night. I am exhausted. For those of you who are curious, you can follow us to Twitter at Reverie Esports, and you can follow me at EffectFX. That is the letter F and X after Effect, not Effect. And with that, I think we're going to call it a night. Thanks for watching, guys. I hope we can see you again next week.